Welcome everybody to the Give It Podcast, a podcast for blurs, for nerds. If you have a fandom, you are most certainly welcome here. We are your hosts, most myself, Black Spartan, Tafari TV, Show Guy Joe, with guests, with the Trapped in MMA crew, Joe Kennedy, Shing Master. What we usually do, guys, here out on the first few minutes is, well, we always say today's Friday. We've made it to the weekend somehow, some way. How are we feeling this evening?
I'm feeling pretty good. Shing, how you feeling, brother?
I feel like the weekend isn't long enough. I'm feeling it already.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But yeah, I guess introductions. Tori, if you want to introduce yourself first.
I'm Tori, or Torian, aka Shing Master. Was trapped in anime, do a little bit of everything, have fun, enjoy myself, but yeah.
Oh, sweet.
See, he's selling himself short. He is like our production assistant, prop master, occasionally does some writing and acting, all around. Great contribution. Can't
Swiss
do it without
Army
you.
knife.
There you go.
Appreciate you.
And then what's up, everybody? Name's Joe. You can call me Joe Godhand, Joe Got Hands, JK, whichever you prefer. But I am the co-founder of the group. I'm also the current lead writer and storyboard artist, lead actor. Do a little bit of everything too. We're only crew of like 4 people right now, so work is stretched out pretty thin. But hey, we make it work.
Nice.
It's efficient.
Yeah, we try.
Oh yeah.
Right. But I've seen a few of you guys episodes. If it's just the 4 of y'all, wow. I need to step my game up. Outside of that,
we're all trying to figure this thing out here. Okay,
No, definitely.
We can have some grace here.
Right. Oh Lord, Tafari, Joe, how y'all feeling? How y'all feeling this beginning of this weekend?
Hey, look, we made it this far again. That's about all I got for that.
Understood, Joe.
I'm the Joe that had dental work done. My jaw hurts.
Welcome to my world. That because I had a whole episode where we did that already.
I'm the Joe that's probably going to follow up at some point in the next 5 to 10 years. I'll catch up to you. Don't worry.
Good God.
42 is so hard.
I know.
Did they hit you with all the giant industrial like Goku GT needles as well?
Ooh.
They tell you in movies you're either the meaning of life or you bite that one kid and give him spider powers. They don't tell you about all the dental work and stuff.
I came on here. My face wasn't swollen, but that episode I felt like I was getting repeatedly punched in the face with every syllable. That shit hurt,
man.
Well, I know what that feels like because I did an episode on one of my older podcasts. The same day I had 4 wisdom teeth pulled, and it was a full set review.
Born without them, so I've never had to deal with it.
Oh,
I remember when I had mine pulled. They didn't put me to sleep. They just gave me 4 shots. Man, and I watched them. I watched them pull the teeth out of my mouth.
So that was me getting braces. They're like, you got 5 baby teeth still need to go. So they just like shot, and then just grab some pliers. And I'm like, thank God I can't feel any of this. But like when I was an adult, they're like, we can't find anything like in the side of your head. So you just don't have wisdom teeth. I'm like, cool, because that's an unfun. The amount of people I've had to pick up on that medication. I've had to pick up friends out of grass, dirt, the damn street.
Oh, good Lord.
Now, see, I don't want to relive braces because that was the longest 4 years of high school. And the fact that every TV's reception just increased better when I walked past it.
Oh, man. That is.
No.
It's worse. It's worse when you, of course, hey, go back by the TV for a second. What are you trying to say? just sit right there for 10 minutes. Let me get past Sports Center. Really?
Did you ever have the full like head ring around?
No, thank God, no.
He wasn't a satellite. No.
One of my friends, like my best friend growing up, his sister had that. She would not leave the house if she had to like wear it for a certain amount of hours a day. So it was like, we're going to the store. She's like, I'm not moving till 3. Just pick me up this, and this.
Right. I couldn't imagine. I had the rubber bands. I didn't have the headgear, but I was like, oh, just take it out. But anyway, Childhood trauma, what can you say? As you can see, guys, we are a little bit on level upside, so we do watch our language, but words do fly. At the same time, guys, we do show movies and trailers that might be a little bit too intense for younger viewers, so viewer discretion is advised. Aside from that, welcome. As you can see, we do have our guest with us. One you may know because this man loves doing anime hot takes, and the people outside of present company, Safari TV, giving those takes. I do got to ask one question.
Absolutely.
What, as far as the concept of this, because we've seen people do hot takes before, but the way your concept is, like, it's always presented as a safe space, but we already know the fire that's going to come with that. How did you come up with that?
So here's the lore for anybody who's out of the loop. So when it comes to Trapped in Anime, our bread and butter for the past few years has been doing skits. Of course, we'll take like a regular scenario, like making a sandwich, and make it as if it were an anime, add all the overblown special effects and story bits and stuff like that. Then we also have like other side shows and series that we do, one of which is Anime Street Survival, where I play the character, the Anime Street Survival Man. Don't abbreviate that. He's basically a parody of Commander Brown, who does the Detroit Urban Survival Training, which we actually met him and worked with him a couple times. That was actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
But then it turned into, how can we take that character and bring it to conventions and make content out of that? So then we figured, hey, let's interview people. And then eventually we settled on the hot takes. So I still do it, but do it with that particular character.
Okay.
As if he's going there to see, are your hot takes putting you in danger? Do you need anime street survival training? The answer is probably yes. Sign up for my courses, buy my ebook, all that good stuff. Anyway.
Nice.
Okay. But yeah, that's a little twist on it there.
Oh, I enjoyed it. I know Tafari, when he went on there, I know he was Death Note at the ready with his.
You came ready.
I hate that you saw the list because I was like, because I saw the little Asian dude in the corner. He was kind of nervous about the card. And then I was like, while you were doing the next one, I was whispering to the people behind me, I was like, hey, look, when I waited for y'all to come over, just the rap battle, like do we know what that is still? Cool. Just run behind me and do that. So that was all. That was all planned, like right there.
I did not know you were going to do that, but I'm so glad that you did, and it was glorious. So bless you.
It was great. So that's why, because we missed each other last year. So I was like, that's why I did the intro. I was like, I had a feeling we'd cross paths. I came prepared, but like you saw it as I was putting you in the picture. I was like, shit.
No, it's all good, but man, it's still getting trippy for me to, like I say, the way that I call it is when I go to these conventions, I get to pretend to be the movie star for a few hours because luckily, I go just about my business in life. I get maybe recognized a handful of times, but then I go to certain conventions. Of course, DreamCon, I was getting stopped left and right.
Yeah.
Brooklyn Comic-Con was a big one. So it is nice, and it's nice to be recognized for people enjoying the work that I do. And then when people tell you, oh, I came to this convention looking for you, it doesn't happen often. I'm not
it's such a weird feeling, right?
Yeah. No, it is.
I mean,
crazy.
You're a big celeb, man. I mean,
first off, you, Mr. Weed Dealer, I'm gonna need you to shut up because he's famous too. So yeah. Anyway,
like team.
Go ahead, throw him under the bus. Let's hear it.
They do it to me all the time, man. So,
yeah. Feel free to throw him on the bus. Go ahead, Mr. Shingmaster. Why are you being so humble?
Nah, I'm not. Nah, I'm just an NPC, man.
No, tell him all about your award-winning character. We haven't won no awards yet, but he's still pretty.
I ain't winning any awards, but I have been stopped a few times. And it was crazy because it catch me off guard. I usually when people stop me, it's like, hey, are you? They usually got the wrong person. So
now they're getting it right.
Yeah, but now when people stop me and they actually are looking for me, I was like, oh, it's still surprising. So I don't it catches me off guard every time because like, was it like last year and this year at DreamCon? Somebody had stopped me and it's like, hey man, you got some such and such and such. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Like, oh yeah, the thing, yeah, okay, yeah, the weed dealer. I don't have any on me right now. Next time, shoot me a message and I'll make sure I bring some.
Which I feel so bad to a certain extent of like, this is the position that we put you in of like some kind of crazy drug dealer with all of these like anime named strains and stuff like that, but
it's crazy because before I even got into making skits and stuff, people would see me out in public and they would just assume I was selling. I was like, nah, that's not me. You got
so things have come.
I may look like it, but no, that's not my bread and butter. I don't do that.
I went to a PWI, so that was every party in college. It's like, hey, dude, I'm like, you got this stuff. I'm like, I got class with you on Thursdays, right? What makes you like? I'm poor like you. What? Well, you're not, because I know your dad has money. But like, what makes you think I'm holding? Like,
that's just like it was just the look. Like, I don't know what it is. It was just maybe it was what I was wearing. It was just maybe because I just was looking serious when I was out. They just assumed like that. Out of everybody out here, that guy, he definitely got something on him, man. Like I couldn't go to the gas station, especially the gas station was the worst. They would be like, yeah, hey, I'm about to grab these swishers. Like, you got me when I get out. Got what? Now I'm like, I ain't got it.
I was in the middle of Timbuktu driving between Austin and back here to Dallas. This dude gets out the car like at one of these restaurants. Hey, man, you know I can buy something out here? I'm like, dude, first off, there's no civilization. What makes you think I know? And I got Florida license plates. Like, we're clearly both not from this area. Why would you? No to all your inquiries and follow-up.
Oh, man.
I do it on purpose. I make things look shady as shit on purpose. So like my sister gets like tea from a friend of ours that runs a tea shop, and they have the little plastic baggies. Like, I want all in a plastic bag, and I want them as visible as possible because I want them to look shady.
See, so you can at least have fun with it.
I'm walking around with like 5 little plastic bags full of brown powder.
Mm-hmm.
Through the little mini mall that this place is in. All the cops see me all the time. And they just look at me. It's like, you just come from L&L. It's like, yeah, I came from there. It's like, all right, proceed.
Why
I do it on purpose.
You want to give people heart attacks, Joe. You want to give people heart attacks.
Yeah, I've had a lot of small existences in big places. That's how I know everybody, and it adds up. So linking up with y'all, congrats on 100K, by the way. I'm glad I've been able to help antagonize people into clicking those numbers.
Hey, your contribution is greatly appreciated.
I told them if they get 1 million, I will give them the full list. Unless y'all still have the footage, I will make my own chaotic version.
Look, if we hit 1 million, man, we inviting all y'all to the cookout, man. We're all turning up.
How long do you hold on to the raw cuts? You could be like, by the way, that was the light version. Surprise, motherfucker.
I kind of feel like that version with Tafara is like, I got more, and I'm just like, It's like the other part of the Death Note. It's like what he said was fire. Yeah. I can only imagine what's on the cutting room floor of what else Tafara said.
The thing too is, go ahead, Tori.
I would say we're gonna drop the Snyder cut next time.
By all means, let me know. I will hype that shit up for like a full week. I was like, hey, I gave y'all the 1 million challenge. You did it Friday, but I wanted to make sure y'all had a lot to use because I'm like, nah, like we waited a full year. I'm not gonna go up there and just be like, here's my hot take, okay, bye. I was like, nah, what's like the most outlandish shit I can say that I actually do kind of believe in, but still. So I just started writing stuff down from last DreamCon. And I was like, all right, here's like the top ones that'll work. So I just started trying to fire them off. The Don one, Jesus. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I flubbed the line on that one and said the wrong thing. That one's the way people are responding, it is not the gotcha you think it is. It's like, no, it's not that bad. I watch Goblin Slayer and Rito a Healer. I'm like, stop while you're ahead, please. You're going to end up on a list. This is not
very much.
Like, I didn't like that whole sentence came out completely wrong, but it's working because that's the shit y'all are arguing about the most. So by all means, keep at it.
Yeah, and then Superman comes along, and then the Snyder fans come right back out.
They stopped arguing about my final 3 takes just to go argue about Superman. It's all the same crowd, which at least lets me know you watch till the end. It's like, why is everything got to be about? I'm like, 'cause y'all do it every time.
Exactly.
Find out what color your favorite voice actor is, and now you hate the show.
Oh my gosh! Don't get me started with that.
That's so when I looked at it on Facebook, I was like, this is fun for about 5 minutes, and here they come. For some reason, all the anime content gets sent over there. I'm like, good for engagement. Not to actually engage with, because it's just like, well, why is everything about it? Like, what? Give me an example. I'm like, did you see what the Don fandom did to their own cast halfway through the show?
Right.
Hey, you know what that reminded me of? That one Dave Chappelle skit.
Which one? Was it the
Clayton Bigsby?
Oh yeah.
Okay. My mind went to the SNL skit where he was doing his characters kills off. I was like, "Are you doing?"
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's basically what it turns into. Why does it gotta be? I'm like, cool. I know you watched to the end at least, so thanks for that. That gets the click rate up.
There we go.
Then when it's all the shares, but you can't see where they're sharing to, it's just going to the most private incel group ever. Just you don't want to see it. I've learned from experience. You don't want to see where it's going. Just know it's getting a lot of hidden interactions that will pay out later.
Just appreciate the numbers and go no further.
It kind of did that a little bit with Hawks too. You know, we found out he did Hawks too from My Hero.
Yeah.
But that's also
everybody because everybody they was simping over him, and then people found out like, oh well, he's not that great now. All of a sudden, now he's not really all that good.
Yeah, his fiance caught his friend Zeno does Hawks, but then it's AJ's their homeboy and he's engaged in 90s. When she was supposed to do Yoda from Bleach, I was like, cool, they're back. And then when the OG voice actor was like, well, they didn't call me, so this is fucked up. I'm like, well, fuck her too. All right, let's get Wendy back in there. I was like, damn. So I tried to she was nice enough to answer it when we had an interview at MomoCon. I was like, I don't want to just throw it out there, but I'm like, is there a way to protect yourself from that? Or is that unfortunately the name of the game?
It might just be collateral damage, but
basically she was like, we just need better people in place so that doesn't happen, because letting someone make the announcement and then pulling that is the ultimate line crossing in the world of voice acting. I found out.
Yeah, or a great PR team is always welcome. Yes, Kira, who's probably streaming Expedition 33 on Roomful of Blurs right now. I'm so proud of her for somebody that's never played. She hasn't played turn-based gaming since I think she said she tried Final Fantasy but didn't like it. Is currently having fun right now in Expedition 33. So
nice.
Yeah.
Hey, look, if you weren't digging the turn-based with Final Fantasy, take it as a bandwagon fan such as myself. Final Fantasy 16 is godlike.
I want to go back to
right up my alley.
Now that I've finished,
I'm replaying it right now.
I want to go. I want to check out Versus 13 just because I finally beat Kingdom Hearts 3, and I know a lot of scrapped ideas went into that DLC. So I'm like, I want to kind of check it out because I never really got too much into it. I got an OG copy of Final Fantasy 7, but there's a glitch nobody warned me about, so I lost 40. I lost 40 hours of my file.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
that reminds me of it was, what is that, from the Switch? People were losing their save data.
Yep.
Trying to transfer from the old Switch to the new Switch.
Losing the transfer data. Or if they don't like your name, it gets bricked and everything on there is gone.
There was a guy, he lost what was that, 10 plus years of Pokemon save data.
See, you got to see the silver lining of things here. Now that just means that you got to go back from the beginning and just re-experience the joy all over again.
That's 10
plus years.
I mean, people live to, be 90 something or whatever, round that up, however.
If it was
however you want.
It's stats wise, I understand.
Yeah.
But I saw a sweet post on, I think it was a Reddit or a Facebook group I was in, where the girl's like, hey, my Charizard stats are absolute ass, but this is my Charizard from Red that I've transferred every generation. So she's been with me since 1990. If that's what he lost 10 years of those Pokemon, I understand.
Okay,
I think it was 20 years.
Yeah, it was 20 years. Yeah. See right there. See that's almost like if your wife or girlfriend said, I'm deleting 20 years of your hard work.
So Dale Gribble and Joseph in the reboot, basically.
Yes,
pretty much.
You're pretty much Dale. Dale at that point either is concerned divorce or just going nomad for a little while, because
the fact that he never caught, they took him so long to catch on is just
we still don't know if he did. We're gonna find out in a few weeks, but you
talking about the new
yeah.
Oh, he still ain't found out.
Well, no, we don't know yet. We see him walk off with some woman and some kid. So we don't know what's happened, but we see Joseph when John Redcorn hanging out. So Joseph might have finally figured out. Dale might still be in the dark, and now his son is in on the line.
Right.
So everybody's in there. I think him and Bobby are now in their 20s. So we're gonna see what happens.
That is the
I thought that was Boomhauer, his new wife and his kid.
Maybe between the three of them,
maybe, but
because Dale's whole thing is now he's
say.
trying to be mayor of Arlen.
Is it?
This is why.
Yeah.
This is why the new season's going to be good, because there's going to be a lot of
and
questions.
this is the new Dale voice actor too.
I think I think him and the guy who played John Redcorn, they had a couple episodes, so I don't know when the switch is happening, but at some point, yeah, the new voices are going to kick in.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be fun. Well, with that being said, fellas, outside of that, we do got a couple of trailers to discuss and review. The first one we have to get out the way because Mortal Kombat 2, because after the first how the first one ended, was, well, a lot of people may have liked it. A lot of people may have voiced some strong opinions about it. I understand.
I am probably one of them.
Hey, look, I saw how everyone reacted to the first one and just said I'm good, and that was during COVID, being locked in the house.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
So, can I put out a bold prediction for this?
Go for it.
Cole's gonna get Johnny Cage from Mortal Kombat Annihilation, like in the first 5 minutes.
Why? Okay, I haven't watched the trailer, but that's all I'm seeing. Cole better be dead. So. Cole better be dead. I don't want to see Cole. Cole needs to die Cole needs to die before the opening credits. I'm like, damn.
I feel it was the.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna say it's the opposite for me. I was thinking they're gonna give Johnny Cage the Mortal Kombat 2 treatment. They're gonna hype him up, and he gonna challenge Shao Kahn, and that'll be the end of him.
No, I think the whole movie's focused around him as being the main character this time, like that animated one. Mm-hmm. But Cole is useless fodder at this point and doesn't need to be there because he didn't need to be there in the first place.
Oh, I'm gonna have so much to say.
See, let's hold that thought for all those that haven't seen it. This is the Red Band trailer. So you know what a Red Band trailer is?
It's Mortal Kombat. Y'all should know already.
That part.
Wait, is this going to be too violent?
If you look, y'all, if you need to check to see if you were this tall to get on a ride, this trailer is not for you.
Sir, I'm Japanese Italian. I'm already under that. Whatever you just shown.
I think it scales depending, but yeah, you'll be okay. You're good.
We'll blur your face out. They won't know.
Crates, I'll be fine.
Oh dear God! Here's the trailer for Mortal Kombat 2.
Thanks. You're Johnny Cage. I loved Citizen Cage when I was a kid.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
They should do a reboot.
Nobody wants that. Shit went out in the 90s. Johnny Cage, you have been chosen to fight. Tell me you're not some crazy fans. How are you doing that?
Are you coming or what?
Where the hell am I?
It's called Mortal Kombat. It's a fighting tournament. To the death.
Fuck that. This is a war for the fate of your world.
You dickheads in or what? I'm not some champion. I don't have transformer arms or shoot lightning bolts. This shit's got nothing to do with me. I'm an actor.
I find you annoying.
Not the face.
There's a war going on outside. You could run, but you can't hop forever, ever.
It's time to become the hero you were meant to be. All right, you big ugly fuck. It's showtime.
Get over here!
Only the strong survive.
finish him!
Are you shitting me? You don't have any powers? Just incredibly handsome.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
I've got my notes.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and throw this out there. Joe Godhand.
Yep.
I know it's two Joes on here. It's gonna throw me off. But I'm gonna start with you because I know you were already at the ready.
Oh boy. Okay.
Oh, he's got actual notes.
I got him ready to go.
Hey, it's not just me. Cool.
Look here. All right. When it comes to the previous film, I know they were supposedly trying. I don't think the director had as much experience. I think he's voiced as much, and he said he'd do better this time around. Here's the problem with that. Two big problems, in fact. One, they greenlit this movie before that previous movie even came out. So you're already messing up. And then two, after you have that movie, which you acknowledge the mistakes that it made, the foundation is already broken. So why would I even care to give this movie a shot? Yeah, does it look a little bit better? Sure, we see some more environments from the games. We see more characters. They look a little bit more accurate than they did last time around. But then it's like for every question they address, then there's more that's raised. Why does the Melina of the previous film, who's supposed to be a clone of the Katana in this film, look completely different? Why, like, if you wanted your movie to not have, your first movie, to not have a white male protagonist, then why, then that's why you introduced Cole Young, who damn near passes for white anyway, but whatever. Sure, cool. Asian protagonist. One issue with that, you could have had Liu Kang, Kung Lao, and Raiden be your central characters, who they are the main characters of the game, until they just ran out of ideas on how to write their actual protagonists, and then they just switched to Johnny Cage, and then that didn't work, and then they just went back to Liu Kang. Or two, if that was the direction you were going with, why did you mess it up? You messed it up even at the end of the last movie. Because then you tease Johnny Cage as if you didn't want him to be in the movie in the first place, and now here we are, and you don't even acknowledge the dude who was in the previous movie with the plot armor that nobody cared about.
I don't think Melina's in this movie. I think it's just Jade and Katana.
Yeah, but again, it raises those questions of like, what's the lore behind that? And then of course you got to acknowledge. Go ahead.
About Melina, we don't know yet.
Yeah, we don't know yet. I mean, that's the thing. We've got Kano back in the movie. Because they've acknowledged our death is only another portal. So yeah, the people that died in the first movie, they can come back because Mortal Kombat, death has no consequence in that universe. They don't care.
Like Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
No,
pretty much.
What was it? MK10, where everyone was turned into like zombies, and then they're just like life spirit, random bullshit go, and they all just came back. Like I was sad because like Jax had to fight his daughter. I was like, oh, everyone just gets a do over like that.
Yeah. But then Liu Kang and Katana, they were like, yeah, screw y'all. You can stay dead because that's what people want to see for who were your main characters for like everything leading up to Mortal Kombat 4.
Oh,
but sure,
I think I was gonna say didn't Scorpion ruin that when he killed Quan Chi? Because when Quan Chi got killed, they couldn't bring everybody else back to life, right?
Which it's one of those things where, and I get it, it's writing. Sometimes it happens where it's like, hey, if you had just spoken up and said something, if you just talked to each other, we could have avoided this whole thing. But it's cool writing. I get it.
And fans, I'm not saying it.
No, go ahead, Spar. Go ahead.
I was saying, I don't doubt Carl Urban's acting abilities at all.
He seems fine.
We love the man to death. No one's saying he can't carry a film, but like your entire fandom said he should be Kano, not Johnny Cage, especially main character Johnny Cage. Yeah. Like it's giving.
He's just the butcher with an eye, with a red eye. That's all he is.
Yeah,
I do love the little meta joke that they threw in of like, you should get a reboot. Nah, nobody wants a reboot. That died with the 90s. If that doesn't sum up Mortal Kombat, I don't know what does.
Like each game is damn near an interior reboot of itself. Like,
especially with Street Fighter. But really quickly, to Kira's point, we also will not be tolerating Tati Gabrielle slander. She's the woman that's actually playing Jade in the movie. There are already fanboys out there. Oh, Jade had hair. Jade had this. Let it go.
I definitely saw some memes already. Yeah. Somebody had put her next to what's it, Devora?
Yeah.
And I
was like, we're not.
People love to hate. People love to hate.
I mean, that doesn't bother me, but I'll just say this: at this point, if anybody is looking for consistency in a Mortal Kombat project, just look somewhere else because you ain't gonna find it.
Like we're just getting DC consistency. We're only one movie in. Well, one movie and one.
We'll see how that goes.
Blue Beetle technically, and we don't even know where Blue Beetle sits. So technically, one confirmed IP in, and maybe a Batman that may or may not be elsewhere. But even then, it's we need a reboot, right? Y'all are talking to your internal team at this point because it's like the first attempt where you do all the shit your fans told you not to do is what you throw out there. Then you go find somebody who's like, "Hey, could you help us clean this mess up?"
I mean, when it comes to
yeah, go ahead.
No. Not gonna say I still feel bad for old boy because he's still getting the Steve Harvey Jax jokes, which I'm just like,
oh yeah,
just give the man a beard. Just give him the beard from 10. That'll solve that. That solved that problem because the bushy brow ain't working.
He went from DC to Mortal Kombat, and that's a big switch.
Yeah, but that is
he was Jimmy Olsen. He was Jimmy Olsen in
excuse me, it's James Olsen.
James Olsen.
Oh, my bad.
Although Jimmy did say, let me shut up because that's going into spoiler territory. Superman. Anyway,
I'll save that for those.
I was going to say, I do remember the Miz. He wanted to be Johnny Cage so bad.
He would have been perfect
wrestling. He would have been perfect. He was campaigning I remember he made a bunch of posts saying, "I want to be Johnny Cage. I want to be Johnny Cage." I thought they would have went with him.
Because he plays a natural heel, so I'm like, Johnny Cage is pretty much for lack of better words, he's an asshole. So it's like,
oh yeah,
natural.
And I thought it was pretty funny how they did Johnny Cage in this new Mortal Kombat movie. He looks older, but he's wearing the younger Johnny Cage jacket.
That's just trying to.
You gotta hold on to the glory days, man.
I guess the question then becomes because what they showed little snippets of in the trailer, but then they released a full clip. I guess before that was Johnny Cage in one of his films with all the cheesy one-liners and the obvious fight choreography. It looks bad, but that's the joke. But the question then becomes: does that clip take place in the past? If so, how far? If so, why didn't they de-age him a little bit more? Maybe they did use some makeup. I don't know. But that's beside the point. The real question is this movie going to have an actual story? Is it going to have actual character development?
But
that's the problem. That's the problem. That's how we got here.
Go ahead, Joe.
I'm just saying. Here's my issue. Because I don't accept this. I feel like this would have been fine in the 90s. Even then, it was still stupid. But you can respect the previous two movies because they at least had charm and they were memorable. And then when you get to MK 2021, it's worn out. We've seen better. We've gotten better. Anybody who thinks, you know what, let me go watch a Mortal Kombat, the recent Mortal Kombat movies. I'm going to do you a favor. Go watch Street Fighter Assassin's Fist. That's an actual video game movie with real storytelling in it. It's got some heart and soul. You're welcome.
It's very weird that Akuma starts as a clearly Japanese person and then becomes a Southeastern Asian person at the end.
No, it makes total sense because he's transforming into a demon just like he does in the game. That's why he's got the bigger nose and bigger brow and his hair's turning red, all that stuff.
So glad you said Assassin's Fist and not The Legend of Chun-Li. I am so glad you said that.
What kind of a man do you take me for? I am not clinically insane. I would never.
I was a little bit concerned about the turnpike. I was like,
I know I'm the hot take guy now, but I don't go that far down the rabbit hole.
Because I can tell you right now, there's a Reddit out there that defends that movie to this day for reasons beyond my comprehension. That's why I was like, he said Assassin's Fist. Woo! Okay.
No, I'm a sensible human being. Street Fighter Assassin's Fist is actually a great film.
It is.
It actually knows how to tell a story. Yeah. This Mortal Kombat 2021 and this new movie, they were just throwing it back to that. They added the gore. They did more gore than the first one. Okay, sure. Mortal Kombat for you, I guess. but even that's gotten stale for me. I don't care. And then they threw in some lore, but they completely replaced actual character development with their stupid Arcana thing. That's how you know that your character has gone through growth. Here goes Jax with his little bent back paperclip arms. Oh, I can't hit it because I don't believe in myself. And then, wait a minute, I need to protect power, friendship, family. And then he's got his Transformer arms.
You're right.
Okay, there's your emotional investment in your characters for your movie.
That cracked me up, though. That cracked me up in the movie.
They could give you that Mortal Kombat, that cheap ass Mortal Kombat 4 ending. This isn't a brutality, it's a fatality.
I would have respected that more.
Wait a minute, say you can't kill me. You're a cop.
Watch this. You just killed my partner. Cliff drop. Roll credits. Like that was the most.
I'll say this about the reboot Mortal Kombat movie.
Okay.
It was decent, and every time it involved either Sub-Zero or Scorpion.
Yeah, they were the best parts of the movie.
Oh yeah, especially some of the chase sequences where Sub-Zero is basically Jason.
Yes.
Or the hot dog scene where all of a sudden it's raining. Oh wait, that's ice. Oh, the ice is killing people. We need to leave.
Okay, to be fair, are there things in the first Mortal Kombat movie that you can enjoy? Sure. It's on the level of well, thank you. I appreciate that. To me, it's on the level of Wonder Woman 1984, which oddly enough, one of the screenwriters from that was actually involved in that movie.
Okay.
If the writing wasn't all on the raw from the beginning, I don't know what was. But it's like there are things that I like about the movie, but not enough for me to say that I like a movie. But it hurts me personally because the standard has been raised. We've got movies like The Dark Knight. We've got movies like MCU. We've got movies like Zack Snyder's Justice League and stuff like that. I don't care what any of these haters say. And we've seen better. We've seen more done. The standard is raised. We can do better than, hey, we need to go over here and fight and do this thing. Like, you know what I mean? It's like,
well,
the only thing I can't condone about Zack Snyder's Justice League is the Flash sequences because that makes Flash come off as a creeper.
It's just the running animation I'm like, what?
Oh no, it's the fact that he's like rubbing on a woman's face while saving her. He doesn't know her. Anyway. He doesn't know him.
Oh, the creep episode, the creep scene. Oh, I know you're talking about.
Hey, look, I'll go through that scene 100 times to get that scene where he rewinds time. I'll take that. I'll take that over him rescuing a Russian family that we don't care about, that we suddenly go from a fight scene in the dark to a complete daytime within minutes. I'll take that.
All I gotta say is the cosmic treadmill was available. That's all I'm saying.
This goes against everything I was taught in track. Whatever that running motion he does, which apparently goes to some tribe.
Cutting the air. He's cutting the air.
Cutting the air, yeah, supposedly.
Is that what that is?
I don't know.
I mean, the way that
was the weak sauce. That was the weak sauce argument was that he's literally cutting the air, which makes no sense because anybody that's ever took basic physics, you're cutting the air anyway. But
I mean, not to dive too deep into it because I'm sure it'll come up if we talk about that Superman movie. But I know what makes sense is like they established in the Snyder Cut early on, like this dude's powers will have a disastrous effect. Like it'll break the ground. It can hurt somebody. That's why he doesn't pick people up and directly carry them. He's got to be careful because his powers are just too dangerous. So then it's like he does like the kung fu running. Yeah. He actually did study kung fu to run that like that.
It was like some kind of technique or form that he learned. Yeah.
So I feel like it worked better there than it did in the actual Flash movie when their special effects budget just ran out. That looked pretty bad, but that whole movie was a whole nother thing.
As one of our podcasting people called it, Batman and Friends, because I refuse to call it the Flash. I refuse to call it the Flash. I will go with Batman.
I refuse to call that Batman because that was just Michael Keaton to me. There's another hot take for you. I like Michael Keaton in Batman 89 and Batman Returns, but then when we got him in the Flash, it was pointless because he didn't perform. Ben Affleck in his 2 scenes felt more like Batman than Michael Keaton, who they hyped up when they brought back. He was just talking. He was just Michael Keaton. He barely felt like Batman to me.
But you gotta be honest. It did kind of just have you sitting there and just you're hooked no matter what.
Am I? To hear him say, "You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts." There's nothing to that line except for, "Hey, I remember he said the thing." Okay, moving on.
Which I can understand that, but
this is why, like, and again, and to tie it back into Mortal Kombat, because I'm getting sick of the nostalgia baiting, and Mortal Kombat is so guilty of that. Every 12 minutes, hey guys, remember the old Mortal Kombat theme song? Dun 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 dun. It has begun. Remember that line? Remember that scene? Da, 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 da. Like, it's like, bro, can we just move forward and be original for a change? How about that? I don't need you to hear him say Mortal Kombat because, I remember he said that in the 90s. Be original. Do something else. Yo, real talk. If they gave me the directing chair to make a Mortal Kombat movie, I would actually make a story with some heart and some soul. I would do it justice. Mortal Kombat, Ed Boon, y'all need me because whatever you got going on, you're messing up. You're already part of Warner Brothers, which is a sinking ship anyways. If you want to get your head above the water, hit me up. I live in Indiana. Where you guys are in Chicago, we're practically neighbors at this point anyway. Or I can pull up to your studio and do your job for you. How about that?
Who would you make the main character?
Right.
Liu Kang. Well, it would be between Liu Kang and Raiden. Like, Raiden is the guide, but he can't directly interfere. Liu Kang is the Shaolin monk who's obviously a gifted martial artist, but he's trying to walk that path of being a Shaolin monk, but he's in this tournament where he needs to kill. But every time you kill, you make the guy in charge of the tournament stronger. There's a dilemma there. There's potential for a story. So I don't want to hear no excuses of Liu Kang is a boring character. That's why we need Johnny Cage because he cracks jokes. Shut up.
I'm sick of Liu Kang being the main character.
I'm sick of them just getting Johnny Cage just because he makes quips and jokes and says a curse word or makes a movie reference. That's my thing.
Here's the thing. Liu Kang is always being carried by Raiden. He's always being carried by Raiden or Katana just coming in out of nowhere. She's 3,000 years old, simping over.
He does get rescued a lot. He does get rescued a lot.
What, in like the movies or something?
Yeah, the movies he gets rescued
and
a lot.
the story.
And again, the movies ain't perfect either. I could do better than them too.
The movies and the games, that man gets carried. Like,
but again, if this is your main character, again, we're talking about Mortal Kombat here. They don't know how to tell their own story. That's why they keep rebooting to see what sticks at the wall whenever they throw something at it.
Because they Hollywoodized the script. Instead of having the original writers on it.
MK9 was good until you get to the actual tournament, and who was it? Shao Kahn that comes back, and then Liu Kang. I guess what is it? Liu Kang turns heel and gets obsessed, and Raiden's like, "No, Zap," and he just bursts into flames. Like that's all it took.
Yeah.
Like
that cracked me up.
That story was crazy. I'm sorry, Tariq. Go ahead.
Because Liu Kang does it himself. He like grabs Raiden when Raiden clearly tells him, "Don't mess with me right now," and just he bait Liu Kang.
Because what happened was Liu Kang was trying to run into the netherworld, and Raiden was like, "Don't do it, because if you stay right here,
he's trying to go fight
the elder gods will take over, and it'll do that." Liu Kang, out of all the times in the world, he decides, you know what, Raiden, you're a fool. I'm tired of listening to you. Blah 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 blah. I'm going over there anyway. And he's like, "Damn, I got to stop him." Hit him with the taser. Man had baby oil on him, and he burst into flames.
I'm saying
he kind of did he?
No, because that's you know what's funny? He turned into fucking Freddy Krueger when he got cooked, who's actually a cameo character in that game. And then it's like, damn, that's all it took. So then when everyone else
my thing is Sindel came through and just caught a 9-piece right off the bat. I'm like, dang, like one person. You mean y'all got all these people here for the tournament, and all it took is one person to just wipe them all out.
Now, look here, y'all. Right. I don't have my brainy specs on me today, but these will have to do. Boys and girls out there, pop a squat, sit down. I'm going to take you through a crash course of where Mortal Kombat storytelling fell apart in the games. You got Mortal Kombat's 1 through 4. And, the stories were simple. They were your typical video game action hero story. It was the 90s. He didn't really go that much past that, but it had some depth. 1 through 4, straightforward. Then you get to Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance. And keep in mind, I'm a huge fan of the 3D era of Mortal Kombat. That's when I played Mortal Kombat the most. But I can acknowledge that's where the problem started, because they killed Liu Kang and Shao Kahn, your two heaviest hitters, to make room for your new pair of villains and your new heroes. Where do we go from here? Then we get to Deception. We drop that idea. Let's introduce a new protagonist whose name in Japanese literally means protagonist, and he was there the entire time. And then you have your story with like the deception and stuff like that. You have a good setup, but in execution, Conquest mode could have been better in some aspects, but it's fine. Okay, where do we go from here? Well, let's go to Armageddon, because apparently Midway is going out of business. This may be our last hurrah, so let's just bring everybody back. How are we going to justify that? Well, we're going to introduce 2 new characters who were there the whole time, and we follow this new protagonist. So the setup is stupid, but the execution of the Conquest mode was actually done really well. The gameplay was dope. The story was told pretty well. Okay, where do we go from here? Okay, let's forget those protagonists. Let's go to MK9. Let's just reboot everything and have it instead where Raiden has sent a message back to himself and everybody keeps misinterpreting it. All your fan favorites end up getting killed except for Sonya and Johnny Cage. Okay, where do we go from here? Well, let's introduce the next generation of Mortal Kombat. Let's introduce Johnny Cage's daughter, and let's introduce Jack's daughter, right? And let's introduce a new Kung Lao, who we call him Kung Jin, and a knockoff Scorpion. Okay, who's the protagonist again? The Cage family, because they got the super green powers. Remember that? That's a level of gods. Yeah. Where do we go from there? Okay, let's take this setup that we had from Mortal Kombat X. Let's forget all of that and introduce the Keeper of Time, and then let's reverse the timeline to correct all the mistakes that we made in the last game. Okay, cool. We reboot it again. New era, new setup. We're not beholden to anything in the past. Now where do we go? Multiverse, because that timeline split in 2, and then that splintered into even more multiverse. It's like, wait a minute, aren't we establishing this new universe? No, multiverse, because that's hot right now. And then what are we going to do with the DLC? We're going to double down, more multiverse. Like, bro, just get your story under control.
I just realized that Mortal Kombat just called X-Men Days of Futures Past.
Basically,
they definitely took the Days of Future Past because, but my thing is the plot. The plot is what made everything fall apart. Because here I am, I'm telling you, they're literally telling you what's going to happen if this doesn't go this way, and everybody who was told the plan, they conveniently said, "Screw the plan. I'm doing this." Scorpion ruined it. Say, hey, Scorpion, man, if you kill him, your brother, this and this and this. And it's like, okay. Then he get rage baited like Akoiji and like Ace.
Ace
said, hey, Ace. Yeah, you suck. I was like, what'd you say? Now I gotta kill you. Like, come on, man.
That was a whole nother argument in the comment sections.
Right. And look, I don't even mind that. Again, that's storytelling, misunderstandings, and stuff like that. My issue with Mortal Kombat, and it's the same issue that's been going on from Deadly Alliance all the way up to Mortal Kombat 1. Because that title makes total sense, even though you're still focusing on past events. They write themselves into corners, and they don't have the skill or the talent to write themselves back out of it. That's the problem. I'm a Tekken fan. Tekken has written itself into some corners too, like the whole Tekken 6 Jin Kazama World War III thing. But you know what? By the time we got to Tekken 8, they brought it full circle. They wrote themselves out of it. They knew what the hell they were doing, and they wrote a story that resonated with me and helped me battle my own depression. Mortal Kombat, you got no excuse. I expect better from something that gets fighting game of the year at the Game Awards or whatever.
What you
do better. But Tekken was brave enough to kill Heihachi and keep him dead for a few games.
For about that made me look stupid.
Crazy thing about that.
Hold on.
Crazy thing about that.
At least I got my secondary.
I was telling Joe the whole time. I said, "Hey, man, wouldn't it be crazy if Heihachi came back?" And he's like, "No, it's not going to happen. He's dead. They killed him off. It's over with. He's done. He's dead." But what if? And I was like, he was like, and I was like, "No, it's not going to happen. He's done. They're done with him." And then first thing I saw when they brought the game back, oh, who was that? It's Heihachi.
Look here,
back. I knew it was the plot, but here's the thing. That's going back to Mortal Kombat. Everything that they've done in these past games has been just to bring Liu Kang back to being the number one guy, because they killed him off, brought him back in Armageddon, went back in time for the one game after that. Then did some more time stuff.
Yeah,
made Johnny Cage. Reverse time, made Liu Kang the fire thunder god, and then they bring let's start back over at the beginning,
and then we got Liu Kang part, which was cool, but okay.
Yeah, it was like, hey, you're now in charge of the timeline. Make it pretty, don't touch it, and it's like, and everything will be fine. And then you play the game, it's like, well, so that was a fucking lie. Honestly, if there's one game I would like them to either remaster or they instead of introducing Cole, which one was it? Was it Armageddon or Deception where you had like a whole separate story mode and you had a custom character who like
that was Armageddon.
Yeah,
that was Armageddon.
They like instead of Cole, you could have done that. You could have brought that character and taken us through his life as these characters get old and have
Fire
children.
God, my heart.
He's a fire god, but
yeah,
fire
god of time.
The game literally, Laney. The game's literally, hey, the universe is broken. Put it back together however you like. He tries, and then they're just like, by the way, that was doomed to fail anyway. Here come cameo characters.
Plot armor. They gave everybody. They pretty much wiped everybody's memory, and then just so happened Shang Tsung to been like that. He ended up remembering and not remembering at the same time, and just turned everything upside down. But Liu Kang and Raiden did the whole Kami and Piccolo thing and fused together and became a god.
I don't. At this point,
you probably need to move on. At this point,
that's what makes me mad about Mortal Kombat is that I wish they would just stray away from making Liu Kang the #1 guy because all the timeline is messed up because of Liu Kang. Like the fact that they keep trying to make him the center.
Last word and last piece of evidence is why I should be in charge of Mortal Kombat and not Ed Boon anymore. They introduced an actual really interesting piece of lore in Mortal Kombat Deception about the one being, and it makes total sense out of everything. You've got your one note mustache twirling villains like Shang Tsung, Quan Chi, and Shao Kahn. Shao Kahn's my favorite character. Also Shinnok, who are just hell-bent on merging realms and conquering other realms and stuff like that. Nothing super deep about that, but the whole one being thing makes total sense because the one being is the realms. Its consciousness split apart and it's lying dormant. So every being alive in these realms is the one being's consciousness, and the villains are the ones trying to make it wake up. Because if you merge the realms, the one being wakes up, the elder gods are devoured. That's why the elder gods don't care how many people die in Mortal Kombat. Their only concern is preserving themselves. And then you've got protector gods like Raiden and Fujin who actually get invested and care about the human characters and are trying to strike that balance. There's a story there, and they fucking abandoned it.
No,
my friend. Here's the thing, but
they dropped it by the next game.
The thing about the story, it makes no sense because every tournament, the Nether Realm, they get to break the rules and all that, and there's always no consequences until it's convenient. Like if they can get away with it every tournament, nobody's watching it. Every tournament, but convenient plot keeps the Earth realm safe for another how much time. It makes no sense.
So I don't think they abandoned it. It sounds like somebody took that whole concept and stole it for that Crisis 3-part movie, because that's basically what happens at the end of if anybody saw the new Crisis on Infinite Earths, they're basically hey, y'all aren't supposed to exist. Every single one of your birth was a complete mistake. There should only be one realm, and quit touching shit. These God men aren't God men. They're basically like the white blood cells of existence trying to get rid of you all.
Yeah.
I thought in MKX,
that's probably where Mortal Kombat got the idea. Real talk, I'm sure.
Right.
And then MKX, I was like, when they had actual people who we saw die come back, but then there are people who just get possessed and are equal levels of dead. But then when they undo it, they all just get a revive. I'm like, so this is Kingdom Hearts rules now. Nobody technically dies unless unless you pull a Coco and everyone forgets about you. That's like the only way you disappear.
Pretty much.
But let's bring Mortal Kombat to a table, guys. So as far as Mortal Kombat 2 goes, I think we're all in agreement we're gonna probably want to watch this movie. I know I am, just because I gotta see what Carl Urban does. The boys is gonna be wrapping up their final season. Generation B is probably gonna get one more final season. So this is probably the best we're gonna get out of him before they start the hype about Street Fighter, which again is a whole other subject in into itself. But any other differences besides we're all going to go see it?
I mean, probably the only reason I'm going to pay to see it is just because we got to watch it for our own streams and when we talk about it. But if I had my way, I would watch it for free. If it actually wins me over, then I'll pay to go see it. But I won't even have that option. I would have done the same thing to the Superman movie, to be honest. But that's a whole nother discussion.
Oh, we'll get to the spoiler-free discussion pretty soon. But all right, Tareen, Showa guy. Any differences of opinions?
No, I'm ready for the next one.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm still gonna see it.
Where's my KOF?
Johnny Cage is my favorite Mortal Kombat character.
Well, they did.
I'm gonna watch it.
My whole thing is just I better not see. Let's not do the whole. He's discovering his powers in the middle of this crazy shit. This is not the time for wow. I'm strong. No, I'm not trying to see Will. Like
you gotta throw him in the deep end. Throw him in the deep end and hope he catches on.
He's only got 4 moves, so I mean, even if he discovers you do green things, that gives him 3 moves and nut punch. So what does it matter?
I was gonna say the nut punch has to make an appearance. I already know it's in there.
And the shadow kick. I want to see the shadow kick with the after image. I want to see that.
But
it'll probably be at the end of the movie or something.
Yeah, I'll see what initial reactions are, and that will determine if I pay ticket money or just wait for it to come on Max or HBO Max or whatever it identifies as that month.
That's smart.
Fair enough.
You ask me.
All right. So in video game news, there are a couple of trailers we do have. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot I completely forgot this game was still around. Is actually getting its Daima pack for Through the Demon Realm Part 1. If you've never seen Dragon Ball Daima, you really should. It's a nice little one-shot that can be seen practically anywhere now. But with Dragon Ball Z games, they do include the packs with new fighters. So here's actually the trailer for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot Daima Adventure to the Demon Realm Part 1. You think they could have found a shorter title?
Nope.
It's anime. They don't do that.
Long may you reign, King Goma. With Majin Buu eliminated, you are now the king of the Demon Realm in title and reality.
What just happened? We've turned into kids!
My name is Gloria. You're Goku, aren't you?
Who are you?
Come with me to the Demon Realm. We need your help to defeat King Goma.
Time to get used to this body! No way! You two are from the outside world? There's so much stuff here that I've never seen before. This is my first time in the Demon Realm. It's so different here. I just want to see everything.
Goma Gendarmerie were acting way out of line. It's unconscionable, sapping life from those who lack gold.
As if things didn't suck enough under Deborah. Now we've got Goma to deal with.
We got no choice but to toss him off his throne. We need a new king for the peace of the realm. And that new king is gonna be yours truly.
Oh yeah? Think I may have overestimated you.
Would you both knock it off? Morons.
Have you come in search of the Dragon Ball? Then face me, if you dare.
Nice. Right down to business. I've been looking forward to fighting you, big guy.
All right, so that was the trailer for Daima's Adventure to the Demon Realm Part 1. I tried to catch a little bit because we will get Part 1 already available as of yesterday, July 17th. Part 2 will actually be available sometime in 2026. From there, you do actually available now because, again, they got to make their money. You can get the Dragon Ball Z Kakarot with the Part 1 as part of a deal if you don't already have it. But yeah, fellas, outside of that, and of course, seeing him in Super Saiyan 3 form, I'm going to be honest. You know, if you, I'm not trying to knock the fact that the game is simply just allowing you to play it in video game form. Is the fact that maybe you're kind of cheaping yourself by not watching the anime and just playing it and getting the same experience, or am I crazy?
Well, I'll ask you this question now. I'm a Dragon Ball fan, but I have a weird parallel history with Dragon Ball that I do Star Wars, where it's like once I got past the original stuff and then you get to like the modern reboots, that's where I'm a grumpy old man and I've just fallen off. So Super Daima, I pretty much skipped it, but I may go back to Daima. I may give it a shot. Now, my thing as a Dragon Ball fan, I've always said that Dragon Ball makes more sense and is easier to get into when you have that top-down view. Because I grew up watching Dragon Ball back in the day, the Funimation dub, Cartoon Network, all that. But would I be crazy enough to suggest a newcomer do all that if they don't have the time? No. But I'll say if you want a good passing knowledge, play like a Tenkaichi 2 or 3 or whatever and get that sort of abridged, super quick version of the Dragon Ball story.
Right.
So it's something more digestible. So then the question would be, from your perspective as somebody who's watched Daima, would you say, so you argue that it's better to get the full experience of the show rather than just getting that sort of abridged, super quick gameplay version?
I see both sides of it. And the reason I say I see both sides of it is because, yes, I always say I'm an anime first, gaming second, but again, people have different short attention spans. And like Naruto, like Bleach, like Demon Slayer, they've told literally their arcs through video games. It picks up. People pick it up faster. People can play along with it. It's more interactive. I get it. I just know for me, like, if it came down between, I'm more of a Dragon Ball Fighters person. I favor Fighters over Kakarot. And I know for some people it's like, well, you don't get the whole flying and you don't get, I said, I like 2D. I like 2D fighting in a 3D environment. If you want to play Tenkaichi and go flying around and do the whole 360 thing, be my guest. It's not me, but I'm not knocking you if that's what you want to do. But those games, which I'll give them credit for, if you want to learn the entire arc of a show, play the game. That's cool. I'm just like, are we kind of just really milk it at this point? Because Diamond could really just be a DLC to itself. But now that we're seeing part 1 and part 2, are we seeing more of a cash grab now, or are we just seeing like, this is the most we can do for right now, we're still working on the other side of it?
I definitely see it as a cash grab. I mean, because they're throwing it back to the PS4, so it's they definitely looking for some bread because they said part 1, so that leads me to believe that part 2 is going to be. Is it a spoiler? Is it a spoiler to say what happens later?
It was out before it was officially out. You could say it at this point.
I mean, part 2, you already know they're bringing back Super Saiyan 4. So that's what part 2 is going to be about. So they're just going to milk Super Saiyan 3 as long as they can, and then bring in 4 when it starts to slow down a little bit. I mean, but in the sense of playing the game rather than watching it, I like watching it. I like watching it because there's little things you can pick up and different storylines and the motives and all of that you can pick up on rather than just playing the game. Because you playing the game, they're going to cut out most of it. So because you got what 2 hours? How much? 2 hours of gameplay or something like that?
Something like that.
Probably
2 hours of gameplay.
Yeah.
So like that's less time than what you're watching in the episode. So there's a lot cut out. There's a lot of interactions that you won't see. So I mean, unless you really don't care about the story, you just want the action of the fighting part. I mean, you can play the game, but if you really care about the characters, you really want to know about the lore behind it, then you might as well watch it and then play the game, or do both at the same time.
Yeah, but, I think Daima's good. It's worth a watch because it's Toriyama's last hands-on like supervision. Right. Even though the ending was great, I feel like he straight up trolled us. Like I feel like he knew it was like, yeah, they gonna love this. How do you explain it? And then, I ain't got enough time. I ain't got enough time to explain all that. Peace. But
it's like that.
Also, thank y'all for bringing Stephanie back. I don't know why that took y'all 20 fucking years. Like she was never not available. No shade to Colleen, who plays Luffy in One Piece, but like y'all were just throwing her in everything. Like even in what was it? Not GT. In Kai, like she was available to do that, and y'all said nope, she's playing young Goku and Gohan. But I like that they're at least not saying, hey, game for this, game for that game. They're just like, hey, we're going to take one game and just keep stacking on it. It's not required. If you want to get the more experience, by all means. Like the Super Saiyan the Battle of Gods DLC was dope because they at least gave Vegeta his God transformation scene, his ritual, and at least put that in there. And they at least did a job of like animating it. I don't know what the hell, like CyberConnect 2 gave y'all a good blueprint. Why y'all say, hey, here's an anime game, and then we get fucking slideshows with text that we got to read that aren't even voiced over. And like you have the character models. People in GTA roleplay do this shit like in 5 minutes. Why does it's that much more money for y'all to just animate the rigs you already have? So yeah, it's the game or the movie, because nobody Borderlands is not to be discussed till the next game come out.
No. I'm gonna say out the bat about Borderlands 4. Randy Pitchfork, go to hell. First and foremost, go to hell.
But yeah, Diamond.
I'm sorry, Tafar. Go ahead. I just had to get that out.
I would say Diamond's worth a watch. I like that they're at least, because they keep saying Xenoverse is dead, and then like, psych, we got more ideas, and then they just keep adding.
For real.
So I like that they're at least saying, hey, we don't want you to buy a new game. Here's some extra that we worked on because this game's doing well already. And then there's that meme of someone whispering to the ground. It's like, we still talk about you, and that's Dragon Ball Fighters. Like, I don't know why they just abandoned you for some reason. I don't know what happened.
They need a sequel.
I will say this, because between Fighters, Sparking Zero, Project Kakarot, and Budokai was still getting updates. That was a 15-year-old game by now, and was getting updates last year. So I will be honest with you, the fact you got 4 games in rotation that is still being played, that's impressive as all get out.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I can't knock that.
My thing, Sparking. I was gonna say Sparking Zero has taken like a huge fall.
Oh, straight up
when it comes to player base, because like a lot of people who play Xenoverse 2 are on Xenoverse more than they are on Sparking Zero.
Yeah,
and I feel like they should have just went ahead and just did another, Xenoverse 3.
There's such a weird.
I feel like nobody wants to take all that stuff from Xenoverse 2 and lose it because you've added so much, and now I got to start over again. Like, I think that's
I remember when they did 1, the created character that you made, they let you transfer it to Xenoverse 2. But what I did when I found that out, I went to Xenoverse 1, put all my best attacks on my character, and then transferred it over to Xenoverse 2. And then that way I didn't have to worry about earning anything that I had already worked hard for. So that was one thing. But adding, I feel like, I don't know, are they adding people from Daima to Xenoverse 2?
So Daima's like
I don't know Xenoverse.
Daima's the only thing they've added, like the Super Saiyan, the kids base form, and Super Saiyan 3. I don't know what's going on. The manga stuff and Super Saiyan 4 is like being held hostage across the board. There's a whole lot of stuff with them and Shueisha. Because they did, like, I played Dokkan, the mobile game, and people are like, hey, it's not their fault. We're stuck in the same 131 episodes of Super. There is something over there where we could have been got Ultra Ego and Instinct Mastered and the 6-way Saiyan Brawl with like 3 purebreds and 3 half-breeds that they left us with?
Very much. Joe, your opinion, sir, on Project Z Kakarot with Daima, with the new Daima pack for part 1 of it at least?
Overall, there's like
you gotta distinguish which Joe.
No, it's cool.
That's on me.
It's all good. Take it away, Joe.
No. Go ahead. Guess goes first.
Godhand Joe goes first.
Long story short, I've got a very weird push and pull with some of this stuff where it's like, I feel like Kakarot would probably be right up my alley because I love like single player action adventure games and fighting games. But then it's like, I didn't get into Dragon Ball Fighters as much, and I never started Kakarot. But then it's like, I'll get Sparking Zero, which was, like I said, my favorite was the Tenkaichi games back in the day. But then I never really got into that one because it just felt like the balance was off and defense was off. So it's like, But I mean, when it comes to Daima, like I said, I originally wrote it off because it looked like just Dragon Ball babies to me. But I get it. It is that sort of throwback to the OG Toriyama Dragon Ball days. So it's not so much the blood curdling, roided out, characters of like the Z era. It's more going back to that sort of original, kind of takes it back to its roots. And they brought back Super Saiyan 4, which I'm a GT lover. I do appreciate. So it is a possibility for me.
All right.
It is definitely a possibility.
Let me try this again. Show a guy, Joe.
Yes, I will shut up now. Please take it away.
That's on me. Go ahead.
I saw it, so I guess now I can play it if I want to. I mean, I'm not. I love Kakarot. It's a great action RPG. It fills in some blanks. It is definitely not Dragon Ball, baby. Please reevaluate your lifestyle.
You can take that with Bama. You can take that with it.
I've seen takes. It's okay. I've seen one worse take to that, but he's not acquaintance TL Foster who hates Super Mario 64. So.
That's another one.
No, it's okay. I'm just having fun. I mean, if anything, Kakarot makes everything look super pretty anyways. It's an action RPG, so that'll be fun. Still not Dragon Ball babies. I don't know why you keep saying this. I don't think that word means what I think you think it means.
Like I said, I can admit I'm probably speaking from a position of ignorance. That was my initial no, I'm not. And again, this is also coming from the super old school purist of I can't go back and watch Dragon Ball Z unless it is exactly the way I remember it. Ocean dub up until the Ginyu saga,
right?
And then Funimation up for everything else, Faulkner Productions music, all that stuff.
Yeah,
but
that was my One Piece journey. Hey, we're gonna just switch dubs halfway through and not explain what the hell just happened.
Yeah. But like I said, I'm warming up to Daima a little bit. That's
my thing with the games. I get it. There are sweats everywhere, but for anime games, for me, it's more about the single player journey and more than it is about ranking online lobbies. Because for Storm 2, when that was the breakout anime, them shits were awful. Deidara is the most broken person on that roster. You die without even being able to make it across the map. Turn that shit off immediately. But that was how I caught up to the story because Naruto was in filler hell. And by the time Storm 4 was, I was like, you can just get the whole game through here or the whole story. Same thing with Demon Slayer. I don't know how far Hinokami Chronicles is. I hope y'all don't get blue balled at Infinity Castle. It's wait for the movie and the DLC, sucker. But Kakarot is the same thing. And I like that they add the little lore, the World Tournament DLC, finding out that Yamcha, that's where my anime take came from, was that game. Yamcha was low-key the victim in that relationship.
Yeah.
So to build up what you said, briefly, I have a friend at work who her and her fiance are watching Naruto. I told her, it's why would you do that to yourself? Just go onto YouTube, look up Ultimate Ninja Storm Connections playthrough, and watch that. You're watching the anime, but without any of the filler, all storyline content, better looking. For me, that's the best way to experience Naruto outside of the manga. Is just the Ninja Storm games.
I was on Storm 3. The manga was done. The show was on filler, absolute 50,000. I was like, the Storm 4 is already here. I might as well just finish it. I finished this. I still haven't finished shipping it canonically. I finished the manga. I finished the games, and I'm like, I got it. And then the Boruto stuff. Didn't need to watch that movie either. Or when y'all did it in 80 episodes of filler for each show.
I played at a friend's house briefly, and I played as that robot Naruto. I had fun with that for a little bit.
Okay, so that was.
Where does that canon come from?
so he that genuinely was just a fun character he came up with, and was like, how can I work it in here? So he worked it into. It was the selling point for Storm Connections to distract you from the fact that there were no boss battles or story mode, and then he took it into Storm 3 and 4. It was like, yeah, this is just a fun whatever the fuck I want to do. Yeah, and they're like, go ahead.
It worked on me on that one time. I played the game.
That's kind of like when they put Akamaru in Ninja and Clash of a Ninja 2.
Yeah.
I remember he got banned in the tournament.
Huh?
I remember when he got banned in the tournaments.
Oh, he did? Because the hitbox was so. It was like you got this. You got to literally just do your down attacks on him, and I remember that.
The odd job of Ninja Storm.
Storm 2, they had Lars from Tekken 6. I was like, who is this?
Well, that's cool. Well, it seems like Dragon Ball Z is going to be off on a great start. But before we get to the next Netflix trailer for Stranger Things, I do have to bring up Superman. Why? Because it's fresh, it's new. We're going to do it spoiler free. This is going to be hard. Just because I know we have a rule here at GB is the fact that if a movie is out for the first week or so, we don't talk about it because people got lives. Not everybody can get to the movie theaters on opening day or even that weekend. We usually give it a week or so, but because again, if you've managed to avoid any type of social media, if you've done it so far, bravo. If not, you probably got spoiled, but we're not going to do it here. We are going to basically go as spoiler-free as humanly possible about Superman, what we liked, give as little detail about what we don't like, or in the event of if you just got an outtake, or if you're just a Snyder fan that just wants to spew hatred. It's up to you on that point. But I will start with our guest first. Fellas, you seen Superman? What'd you think?
Tori, you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll do before.
Not the pause.
You say what you got to say.
Okay.
No, I felt like it was decent. It felt like an animated Superman episode. You know, I feel like they definitely everybody who wasn't the main character. Everybody got their little moment to shine. You know. Left you wanting, okay, what else can they do? That's what I was thinking, you know. So I feel like that was pretty dope. Cast was cool. I enjoyed the cast for the most part, you know. Nothing too crazy. How do I say this? I guess internally, I still want, you know, the Henry Cavill and the Ben Affleck Batman on the screen. And seeing the new crew take over, I feel like, man, if only they could have did, you know, this with them or let it get this far with them, man, I'd be hyped, you know. So I enjoyed it. I definitely enjoyed it. But then there was that little piece of me that was like, man, I wish my people was in here I wish my people was here for this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay.
That's how I felt about it. But I enjoyed. I went in with a fresh lineup. So I was like, okay, this is not that. It's not the old crew. This is the new crew. I have to accept what they give me. So that's how it was good though. I enjoyed it.
All right, good deal.
Got him.
All right, I'll keep it concise. I will throw out a first disclaimer. Matter of fact, before I even get to the disclaimer, I'm going to give you a public service announcement. This is not a spoiler, but I'm going to tell you what to do right now, dear audience. If you're ever worried about the mid and post-credit scenes, just do yourself a favor. As soon as you see credits rolling, you are good to dip. You are not missing anything. Don't waste your time. Just go. You'll be all right. Now, disclaimer. Yes, I'm a Snyder fan. I love the Snyderverse films, but that has no bearing on how I felt about this movie. On a scale of great, good, mid, meh, and trash. I walked in expecting a good mid to me on our own personal scale, because how you felt about the trailer is probably how you're going to feel about the movie, for better or for worse. I went in expecting a mid, and I walked away feeling a meh, which surprised me, and it made me so mad that I felt the meh that it's borderline trash. However, if you actually enjoyed the film, I can understand why. But for me, even like the whole argument of it feeling like a comic book or it feeling like an animated TV show episode, I've watched and enjoyed both of those things. It didn't feel like either. The movie just felt like a mess to me. A lot of the things that I did like didn't have room to breathe. Some of the interesting thoughts that they were trying to play off of or themes that they were trying to explore, it's like they didn't really have time to explore it. They started one and then they ended it, and then it ended up somewhere else. Overall, I just felt like it just wasn't a solid, well put together film. I worry for newcomers and general audiences because it's like, yeah, the movie moves at such a fast pace. We're introducing this character. Here's this thing that's coming from out of nowhere. And I get it as a fan of this stuff. So yeah, I understand why there's a super high-tech spaceship that's doing this thing, or why a character has nanotech that looks like it works on magic. I understand. Will other people understand? Will they buy it? I don't know. But like I said, the movie is honestly, it's going to be what you make of it. There is almost no wrong answer. But to me personally, I did not enjoy it as much as I wished I would. I walked away kind of not really invested in anybody. Clark's what's his name? David Cornsweat's Superman didn't feel like Superman to me. He just felt like a guy in a costume. He didn't feel indestructible. He felt a little petulant. He felt a little immature, but that's kind of the only character that James Gunn knows how to write. So that's where I stand on it.
All right, fair enough. Safari, show guy.
Look, man, the Haters Ball has a new leading hater award this year. Nominee Lex Luthor. Like
he earns that bad.
He earned that one.
Like, and then we have Crypto with the I love what you're saying, but I'm not gonna let you finish moment towards the end there.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, and then spoiler free, but if they were gonna do that at the end, apparently this cut scene with Lex just super socking Crypto in the gut should have stayed in, because at least that's a payoff later on. But yeah, I saw a tweet that's like, it feels like I got thrown into like season 3, episode 17 of a CW show, and I agree. But it's also because we've had 20 years of superhero stuff now.
Mm-hmm.
We're past origin stories. We are on. We are 4 in the last 20 years. We are 4 Spider-Man, about to be 6 Batman. We are 3 Supermen, and about to be. I know there's
technically more than that, but anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
way more than that.
If you skip the animated ones, then yes, you got like 15 apiece.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, including the whole Spider-Verse. But as far as the main characters, 4, we had 3 Batman in 1 movie. Not to mention we got Pattinson, we had Chris Nolan, and now whoever the new guy is about to be. We got Tom and Miles kind of splitting custody over here for the fandom. We've seen it. We've seen enough Uncle Ben getting shot. We've seen enough landing in Kansas. We've seen enough Batman's parents getting gunned down and the pearls falling. We get it. We get it. We get it. We've been there. So yeah.
If you don't know who they are by now, what are you doing?
Basically, at this point, you walk in and you can have no knowledge. I think you can follow it just as a movie. I think he leaves enough stuff where it's like you can get attached to it or don't. Either way is fine. It'll be followed up elsewhere. Seeing a couple of the tie-ins was great. When I watched My Adventures with Superman, I said I feel like this is an animated version of what we're getting on the big screen, and that's kind of how it felt, because that Superman is also goofy and doesn't know better sometimes
that makes sense.
With a bit of a hard-headed Lois Lane, but is also meeting a bunch of people who tie into his story and may or may not lead to other things. So I liked it for what it was. Like I said, I feel like we're more invested in Gunn behind the pen versus who the actors are, and I feel like it's kind of a first for this. As far as the world of superheroes go, so I liked what it was. Lex was out here calling plays like a football coach, and with full possession and with a fresh first down in the 4th quarter and 2 minutes on the clock. I heard 1A so much I thought Deku and the gang was going to show up. But I think it was a good film. I think they covered a lot where it's like, hey, I'm not saying like get left behind or catch up, but he just threw a lot at you. It's like, this is this. Go ahead. And even I know there are people trying to draw parallels with the whole war aspect in the background. I'm just like, I got no dog in that fight, but hit dogs will holler. So take how you want, take that however you want to. But as far as like a Superman movie and what it's doing, it feels like I got thrown into an episode of the animated series. And I'm not mad at it. I don't need explanations and backstories for everyone. Introduce everybody, let me know why they're here, who's here for what. Lex and whoever took the fucking Lex and the dog, the Lex and the table scene, where's the dog, and threw the Ace Vane audio over that. I'm glad we're all on the same page. What the hell did I receive, a draft letter? The doors are open. Wait, fuck your door and the knob. But yeah, I liked it.
Oh man, show a guy.
Oh, I love the movie. This is the first movie since Christopher Reeves that fundamentally feels like Superman. And it's read the books, has done the work, knows that he really is just a goofy kid from Kansas in the big city, trying to just do basic good. And that unlike Batman, where Batman is the actual person and Bruce Wayne is the mask, Superman is the mask and Clark Kent is the real thing. Is there a lot of Clark in this? Yes and no. I think one of the most poignant scenes in the entire film is the interview, which has been seen to death in all the trailers and previews. we can get around that one. That is like the most honest to God thing, because Lois is what Lois always has been, not damsel in distress Lois. This is like Lois since John Byrne. Asking the hard questions. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter what it is. She's going to make you think. She's going to ask you those really tough questions. Mm-hmm. And she does that with Superman. So, I mean, that's great. Not to mention the actors have amazing chemistry. I totally and utterly believe those two have are new to a relationship. Clark's been in one before. Lois has trouble committing to a relationship because she always thinks she's going to get in her own way. Mm-hmm. David Cornsweet is a fantastic Superman. I just love him to death. Not to say Henry Cavill is bad, but I was really rooting for Ultraman to be Henry Cavill. Not for those reasons. Because I didn't realize he was a Superman clone. I was waiting for Ultraman to be like another Superman.
I'll have something to say about Ultraman. We'll get to that.
Yeah, but like when I heard Ultraman, I was thinking Earth 3 Ultraman. So my thought process is like, oh, it's Cavill. They're keeping it a secret, and Lex found a way to the multiverse and made a deal with the Superman he likes, and brought him here to deal with our Superman. Now, of course, it didn't work out that way. I understand Superman clones, so technically Bizarro, but I mean, cloning Superman's a Tuesday for Luthor anyways. I can't wait to see the sillier parts of their relationship move forward in Lois and Clark, especially with the continuous running gag they have in DC in the comics. Spoiler for the comic books, that marriage is kept alive through role play.
Oh, good Lord.
I just want to...
Oh, dear God.
Oh, no. So, like, there's a whole Warworld suit where it's just the emblem with chains and a cape. And John opens the closet looking for board games, and it's like, what's Dad's Warworld suit doing here? And Lois somehow developed Speed Force powers. Like, we moved those to another closet. Don't worry about this. And Clark has come home with Lois dressed as Wonder Woman. And it was later confirmed, yes, Wonder Woman did loan Lois the silver suit.
Ooh, wow.
My goodness.
Look,
we know how that marriage is held together.
I appreciate the world establishment for Ultraman. I'm like, I feel like there's still ways they could do it. If not making, I don't know, he comes back from that, whatever he got sent.
I doubt he's gone.
I would say if he comes back from that, if he comes back from that twisted with a new face, that's another way they could do it. And then he becomes Bizarro. My hope is that my hope is that everyone plays nice, and maybe we get a Crisis movie later on, and then those guys get a chance to come back and get like a proper swan song. Either that, or clearly y'all just gave the middle finger to literally every DC animated property ever. So you could finish that story in cartoon form, is what I'm thinking.
I know.
The Justice Gang. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh no.
As for the Justice Gang, I absolutely love them. I love them so much. I love all the people. It's like, that's not what Hawkgirl does. It's like, have you seen Justice League, the animated series, where all she does is scream and hit things with a mace?
The close up on the face absolutely sent me during the hallway scene. I was like, why is that?
They really should have just called it Mr. Terrific and them other people that hang around him sometimes, because that's really. I mean,
it's just basically the Mr. Terrific.
They pretty much just could have called the movie that, to be honest, if you ask me. But
I mean, I'm so glad he's getting his own TV series. I really.
I hope he pops up in Lanterns. I hope every time it's just like we just get. I hope they do with Mr. Terrific what they were starting to do with Wong, like post Endgame MCU, where he just kept getting involved in stuff unwillingly. We're just like, why do y'all keep bringing me this shit? Because you know how to handle it.
What's crazy is
a national treasure now. I love it to death. If they want to argue Green Lantern semantics with me, by all means, let them come. I will sit here and relish in my time.
What you got, Tori?
I was gonna say I already know the execs at Marvel. You know, they probably watched it and it was like, damn, we should have brought him back. And when they killed him off as Darwin, Like, damn, we definitely should have brought him back because I remember him saying in an interview like they had planned on bringing him back for Apocalypse, and they just scrapped it and they never reached out to him.
I blame Bryan Singer.
Yeah, Fox. Yeah, he said Fox really did him dirty on that because he was already on the skeptical. Damn, kill the black man first stroke, and he was like, "This is already getting a little fishy."
You kill somebody whose power is to not be killed,
and you turned him into a statue.
Destroyed his body in the comic. He evolved to be in a cybernetic entity within the mainframe of the organism that killed him, and came back that way.
And then there was another time where that same kind of situation happened, and he just turned into pure energy and brought his body back together.
Yes.
And then
that's
World Breaker Hulk, that just cracks me up every time. It's like his powers kicked in. They sent him like 3 states over.
It's like you literally can't die. Your power is you can't die.
And that franchise was such a mess. The props to everybody behind what was the one where they were being hunted?
Past?
Yeah, everybody. That was the best attempt at taking both of those timelines and at least merging them to basically I give them credit. They took a mess and turned it into something cool. They basically said, "Hey, no matter what timeline you're in, we all basically cross paths at this doomed fate, just at different points, but we all end up here, either screwed at some point earlier or later, but it's gonna end up here." And I feel like that was a nice little cheat code that everyone just abandoned because of who it was attached to. Like Flash tried with the whole noodle explanation, but it just
that was the total. That was terrible.
Performance for but
Go ahead.
I would say they at least set it up nicely because, like, in the Wolverine, which I feel like I was one of 5 people that saw the anime.
No, I love that movie.
I liked it too, but some people like Wolverine Japan. I'm like, I just watched an anime about this, but it was on G4, so I'm like one of 6 people that saw it. But then you see the Trask industry stuff on the television versus Trask and the young X-Men timeline. I was like, okay, so y'all both are equally fucked. It's just who gets there first. Because the Sentinels, Mystique, they at least did a good job of tying it together. As far as how that, I'm like, so, but still, y'all knowing we can't, we fixed the world, but there's still no Darwin.
He definitely could have single-handedly saved the Days of Future Past.
Oh yeah,
or because like they got all these Sentinels.
Well, that's probably why they got
all
him out of it, because if he becomes immune to everything the Sentinels throw at him, then there's no story and no stakes.
True.
It's like, all right, get out there.
Okay,
yeah,
so
he definitely carried the Superman movie.
Goddamn, Mr. Terrific.
So
that's the thing I wanted to get at. That's the thing I wanted to get at though, because outside of Superman, also. James Gunn did sit there and say that he would love to cast Henry Cavill as a character in DC. So whether it's DC or Marvel, we're going to see Henry Cavill somewhere.
Well, watch him be the new Shazam.
He'll be somewhere. So there's that.
I don't know, not Shazam. I would love for him to get a Crisis Return, and maybe we get like an update on how their world is doing, and maybe they've had the apocalypse.
You can still have him as Superman, just from a different Earth. You can literally have him be. You can have
him be Kingdom Come Superman.
Yeah,
I feel like they might as well just go full on with the Injustice Superman at this point.
Yeah. Well, here's what I'll say too. When it comes to the whole multiverse thing, the thing that I don't like that they do in movies, both Marvel and DC, is that they'll just take other existing properties for the purpose of nostalgia bait and then just call it multiverse. But the multiverse shouldn't work that way. You should have, like, again, I'm a big DC guy when it comes to their multiverse. You're getting actual alternate versions of these characters. So it's like if you had Henry Cavill Superman, and then you have Ultraman from Earth 3, who is like Henry Cavill but evil Superman, and he's the leader of a crime syndicate. That's far more interesting to see than here's Henry Cavill and here is Christopher Reeve, and they're basically like the same Superman. They've got the same origin, same name. They're just played by different actors. That's not cool. That's not fun. Do something actually interesting with your multiverse.
I'm not against that. That would actually be freaking perfect. But about the movie, though, in my opinion, I'm gonna be honest. My big ass cried, especially that damn soundtrack. That freaking soundtrack. That got me. I'm gonna be honest. That did get me. There were hints of All-Star Superman in this movie, which I did love. Hints. I did love the fact that Gunn took a challenge really was a risk in making Superman very naive. Also, actually putting it into a part of the story that for a lot of people they're not used to. So how it actually begins and try to give a little backstory, which I can understand, Joe Godhand, from your point. There were plot holes in the beginning of how they explained how they got there at that current point in the story. So I will agree with you on that because it brings up a lot more questions as far as the state of metahumans in the current timeline. So I
was shocked. I was like, so do we just omit Vandal Savage being a thing here at all, or do we?
Well, even one of the issues,
he's probably still chilling in the cut.
Even one counterpoint to this idea of like, we've seen these origins, we don't need to see them again. To an extent, sure. But you've still got to establish what this world is, which is why in this movie, they did have to cover a bit of lore for Superman's Kryptonian heritage. And then they put a twist on it, and it was a huge plot point. So regardless of like whether you know Superman's origin or not, you've got to explain what this Superman is because it's its own continuity. That's why I don't just read the comics, because the comics are their own thing.
That's also why
I will say this. I wish that should have been a moment, because I had to point it out to somebody at that particular moment. I'm like, I hate to be that guy, but from where he's going with, because for a lot of people, they're used to, I call it blue sky characters, the positive, always upbeat, morale always driven upright. It was so strange that when I heard them do that particular part in the movie, and I was like, you really did your freaking homework. At the same time, the shock factor was there. It's like, wait, so that, and I heard so many comic book heads go, he actually did it. He did the one thing, and I will give Gunn credit for that. Snyder would have done the same thing too, maybe in a different approach.
Even though he didn't, but
even though
another thing,
I'll be honest, Snyder could have done it in a different approach. Although Gunn did it in his way, but it's almost like Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3-esque as far as telling Rocket's story. Because, to be honest, Volume 3 was basically Rocket's story, but how he told Rocket's story emotionally grabbed you in the same sense. This Superman emotionally grabbed you. So, I mean, I do love that. I do love the fact that, it was not just showing, it was showing the cast in itself. I do love the fact that, again, I'm a big Mr. Terrific fan. I love the fact of how he was portrayed. I love the fact that and this line has been said too, I'm the goddamn Mr. Terrific. I'm like, that solidified it for me. That gave me hope that, if he's going to be in multiple projects in the DCU, cool, I'm good with that. Even okay with Nathan Fillion, which I still say, mother should have been okay. He did a wonderful Guy Gardner because, again, loved him. He was exactly what Guy Gardner was supposed to be. Although my favorite,
an asshole, but if you need him in a pinch, he will be there.
I was going to say the flashy intro towards the end.
Oh yeah.
Go
ahead. So you got it.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say that actor that plays him, he's in his bag. That guy,
no, being a total dude, the way they
polka dot. Because he's Polka Dot Man.
Yeah.
Then he's Guy Gardner. Then he's also the guy.
No, that's a separate.
No, that's Damiel. That's another guy that's played Pokemon.
Yeah, that's Cillian Murphy.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
that is.
No, that's not Cillian Murphy either.
No, Damiel Damaskian is.
Oh yeah, that was the other guy who's from Batman. Anyway, he was another actor that was in that.
The guy, his acting for Guy Gardner, he definitely, I could see him getting punched in the face by Batman.
Yeah,
like the way he is. If Batman was there, he definitely would have got a punch to the face, like hands down. Definitely.
I have a question to everybody here.
Go for it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, he's getting close.
Do y'all trust James Gunn to write Batman? Let's be real.
He's not writing Batman.
I'm just saying, in this universe, with his direction, and then they pretty much already confirmed that he's going to do it like a sequel with like a World's Finest movie. Do you trust James Gunn? Let me get this camera. Do you trust James Gunn to write Batman? Because I'm a Batman fan. About as big a. Let me show you. Let me get Exhibit A real quick.
We now move to the show and tell portion of this review, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
Then I got one.
Listen, I got something.
As everybody goes.
Why are we do we all have props? All I got is DVD. I don't have props. All I have is DVDs. I don't have props.
I'm gonna say all my props are downstairs, so I'm gonna have to just.
I'll say this: I do think we'll still get dark and gritty, but I think we're going to get. Whereas Elseworld, we're moving into World's Greatest Detective / Batman Year One. I think we're gonna get more Bat Family-esque stuff, kind of like we've been getting. Because he said, like Young Justice and the Justice League series cartoons are kind of his inspiration. So I can see that, like in the latest Young Justice when Lex became president, and he's like, I'm putting sanctions on the entire league, and Bat Family got up in a meeting. He's like, well, we fucking quit. See y'all. And then just started doing their own thing.
This is cute and all, but
I'll answer.
Here's what I would say for
but
if he wants to write Batman. May I?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
So if he wants to write Batman, I want it to be tongue-in-cheek, like Batman Brave and the Bold.
I love Blackberry.
More lighthearted, less scary.
More lighthearted, less scary.
More Silver Age, because this Superman was also somewhat of Silver Age Superman. So I'm okay with it being Silver Age Batman. Late 70s, early 80s Batman, where he's still tongue-in-cheek, can still have a bit of humor, but he's also still World's Greatest Detective. What I do want them to move away from is I'm the goddamn Batman. I am so tired of that. That is not his entire personality.
Even though this is the same guy that wrote I'm the goddamn Mr. Terrific in this movie?
Well, it's a different character.
My issue is this. It's like, if you want to make a Silver Age Batman, sure, cool, whatever. But my issue is that he's going to write a James Gunn Batman. Keep in mind, this is the same guy who in Peacemaker had a whole scene that he spent time and money to create where you got like characters arguing like, man, Batman is such a pussy. He doesn't kill his villains, this and that.
Well, that's Peacemaker, a very underutilized character that's not often used too much.
But
I'm just saying,
here's the great part.
We have certain expectations with Batman. He knows that we have certain expectations with Batman.
Here's the thing I will say, because I will agree with Joe Godhand on this. And also, Chris Fury, also Lord's Eye View, believes that he hasn't dropped the ball, so he gives his why not as a Batman fan, because again, Batman was the first comic I ever read as a kid. I will always forever be with the Dark Knight. James Gunn is not the person that needs to write Batman. He's hang on. And I say this because, to Godhand's credit, he pointed out the same example I was going to point out. Look at how he wrote Peacemaker. Now, is he a great writer for Peacemaker? Absolutely. Peacemaker is an asshole. Peacemaker believes that he's morally righteous, but at the same time, every method he believes in is supposed to lead to peace. At the same time, he's like John Walker. John Walker believed in doing everything the way he should do by no questions asked, and was supposed to be praised the same way he thought Captain America was going to be praised. Hence why the writing for him was great. That being said, you don't need and again, James Gunn is an incredible writer. I don't think, and I think even he knows, he cannot do a Batman script properly, because the way he writes, if you notice, there's a pattern with James Gunn. There's the character he writes, the music that goes along with it, and the emotional tone that he pulls out of folks. He's good at bringing out emotions out of people with lesser known characters. That's why Guardians of the Galaxy is so popular. He took a group of lesser known Marvel characters and made it its own franchise. That's a talent. Do not get me wrong. But as you said, Joe, Batman has certain expectations. And with those expectations, it's just like Matt Reeves. When Matt Reeves wrote his Batman, I'll be the first to say it. And I've said it on this podcast before. When they said Robert Pattinson was going to be Batman, I said, the Twilight dude? The sparkly vampire is going to be Batman? And then Matt Reeves' Batman comes out, and now I'm on an apology tour. Because Robert Pattinson, in that storytelling of Matt Reeves' directing and writing, could do Batman. Would it take a certain type of narrative to do a Batman script into a movie or a show. Yes. Do I think that James Gunn can do it? I don't think he can because that's not in his nature. That's just my opinion. I don't think he can.
And to be fair, he probably will hand the writing of that movie. Like I think even Brave and Bold was confirmed to be somebody else. But if he writes that sequel with Batman and Superman, I'll have my concern.
Yeah, because he definitely like if we get what was either World's Finest, World's Finest, or another one that one of my I can't believe I'm blanking on the name. What was it? Most Wanted, whichever one where Lex put like a hit on both of them. Public Enemies was one of my favorite Batman Supermans. So if we get something like that, but I do think he's being careful because like when we watched Creature Commandos, you said like I wish they wouldn't have shown him, but even he came out and said, "Hey, I told them tint that shit all the way down. I don't want like anyone to insinuate the look." The face structure, because like I don't know what to do. I let them keep the cameo, but every time they sent it to me, I was like darker. I don't know what we want it to look like yet. I don't want to set someone else up for failure. So he's at least conscious of that, and I'll give him that. But I get it. You don't want to write dark and gritty, and then the year after, here's Matt Reeves with dark and gritty, and it's like we're just flip flopping the same style. So I get they gotta do something unique. But that's also kind of like I wanted a Crisis story as well, not just be like, hey, here's two of the same character, but like see each version of them and how they would interact. I also really just want to see another Batfleck fight scene.
Same.
You know,
I want to see that. I want to see that, and then have Corns with Superman is like, yo, he's kind of brutal. Like, come
on, man.
Like, imagine Batfleck doing
this is what I need.
Imagine Batfleck's whole Arkham fight style. You got Corn Sweat like, yo, he's kind of brutal, and then you got Cavill like, yeah, he's just like that.
We could have had that with Batfleck versus Deathstroke, but then they scrapped that movie, and then we got Robert Pattinson.
Like I don't
Ask me, wasn't worth it, but that's just.
I at least appreciate them saying, "Hey, Pattinson."
I did enjoy the movie.
I appreciate them telling us, "Hey, Pattinson, own thing, let it be separate. Don't think that anyone else is kicked out because this works." Because the Penguin in that universe is great. And in that world, we got Perline from Sinners is the mayor of Gotham, so we're in good hands.
Right.
Last
Batman
word on James Gunn.
Firearms is not Batman, so that's why Batfleck will never work for me.
Last word on when it comes to James Gunn and like this stuff. For me, I've said this before on our Trapped in Anime little live streams. Shout out to my people who Trapped in Anime. To me, James Gunn is a modern Tim Burton. Now, hear me out on this.
No, you go ahead.
That's fair.
Because some people, of course, definitely like his style. And of course, you know, Tim Burton has made great movies before, had some stinkers, had some great ones. Hey, it's the nature of artwork. It takes a village. The more complex the machine, more likely it is to break down. It happens. What can you do? But to me, just like Tim Burton, there's obviously like a certain archetype or a certain style or a certain type of character that he likes to write towards. There's like a distinct style, and you got to wonder if that fits with what he's writing. And it kind of shows in this one. He did try to show some restraint with Superman, but there are still James Gunn isms that leak into the movie. You got the pop songs on occasion. You've got the jokes, the juvenile yucks. You got characters that behave like assholes. He can't help himself. He's a one-trick pony. I've said it before. I'll say it to the day until he proves me wrong 100%. I'm going to say it. That's why I don't trust him with a character like Batman. And that's not to say that he needs to be quote unquote dark and gritty, just because I'm tired of buzzwords. Dark and gritty and hope and optimism are not mutually exclusive. They go hand in hand. The purpose of dark storytelling is coming out of it. That's why I mess with the Snyderverse, because you can go through the stakes being pushed to the limit. Things get as dark as they can get. But it's worth it when you go through that moment, like at the end of Man of Steel, where he finally goes to the Daily Planet and he's smiling when he talks Lois, and you have that tongue in cheek. Welcome to the planet. Glad to be here, Lois. It's worth it when you get to the end of Batman v Superman and you have Batman deliver that speech where he's actually on his redemption arc and he says, men are still good. We fight, we kill, we betray one another, but we can rebuild. We can do better. That's the point. It was worth going through the Justice League losing in the Snyder Cut, and then the Flash bringing him back, Cyborg doing his thing, Superman coming in to get those heroes standing on that hill all together with that dope Justice League theme. That's what it's all about. That's the same style from my favorite Justice League story, Final Crisis. The stakes were pushed to the limit, but everything came together at just the right moment, and then it was all. That's what dark storytelling is for. Hope and optimism, dark and gritty, not mutually exclusive. If you're a talented enough writer, you know how to make them work.
Have you checked out My Adventures with Superman?
I haven't seen that one.
Okay. Like it gives you a little bit more what you're asking for with the same story. I feel like the only one sometimes I'm like, did nobody see that we like? Not that it's bad. I'm like, we just did this. It's like when the Wolverine came out, I was like, oh, I just saw an anime. I get why he's in Japan and what's about to happen.
I'll tell you what kind of wrote me off of My Adventures with Superman. And again, speaking from a position of ignorance here, I get it. But when from what little I do see, and it's the same issue I kind of take with David Corenswet's Superman to a lesser extent.
Okay.
I see their Superman Peter Parkering. Hear me out on this.
You got it.
It's not so much like you watch stuff like, Tim Daly or George Newbern in like the animated series universe. And it's like Superman, there's a degree of performance to Superman we have to stop them. It's that stern, stoic, I'm in control, I'm all power, that sort of thing. You can still be kind. You can still be like Christopher Reeve's Superman, where it's like, yeah, I'm indestructible, but you know what? You can feel safe around me. That's Superman. That's cool. Mm-hmm. But then you get to like the My Adventures with Superman, and I see him with shucks, I don't know, Lois. I mean, I'm just here to save the day. Yeah, like I said, speaking from a position of ignorance, but just from what I've seen, that's what kind of turns me off. And it's like,
that doesn't last for very long in that series.
Okay,
he very much gets humbled and humiliated a lot, like to the point where Lex still has hair, but he's very much on his quarterback shit of, hey, how can I ruin his public image and make him look like a terrible person? While also at the same time, separately, he is dealing with Amanda Waller and Lois's dad, who have been technically hunting him since he was a baby, because they still don't understand what this alleged potential invasion was or what's going on out in space. And then we kind of get a tie-in to his parents the same way we did here. And I don't know what James's plan is, but his parents basically say like, hey, we fucked up. We were sending you there and we're hoping it doesn't find you. But if it does, nigga, train until that thing gets there and hope that you know how to fight back. Hence why the first couple episodes, he is getting tossed around. He has black eyes. He's not like, he knows he has powers. He doesn't know what his like limits are yet.
Right.
So like there's a moment where he jumps in front of Lois and she's like, how do you know you were bulletproof? He's like, hey, we both just found out. So he's like, I didn't. I just knew you weren't. So so they have little nods like that.
3 episodes he's Peter Parker and then like afterwards Cat's out of the bag.
Yeah,
Cat's out of the bag. He's got Amanda Waller on his ass. He's got his parents and the shit that they did before he was born on his ass. Yep. So they weren't exactly the greatest people. He's got technically the military, and everybody who's beating in his new Rogues Gallery is just getting recruited off to the side. So
I would say he's damn near. Sorry about damn.
It's cool. Talking is hard.
No, it's all right.
I lost it that fast. No, I say he's damn near Bruce Banner.
Yeah.
There is an episode. There is an episode where they basically like make him out to be a pariah, and they basically treat him like Bruce Banner at any point can become the Hulk, and everyone knows. What is it? I think he's chasing someone that's invisible, but he can see him, so he keeps like.
Oh yeah.
He hasn't slept in like a week. So now he's like getting erratic, talking to people crazy, bumping into shit, and kind of like the trolls. Lex is basically farming it into, hey, he kind of needs to be stopped. Look at my new task force of everybody who has been beaten by him. So at one point they literally jump out. It's like, yeah, you thought you could just ruin our life and leave, and it's like, no, y'all were like doing evil shit. There were reasons for that, but they flipped it on them so well. So if you haven't, 2 seasons, 3rd one on the way. It's a really good watch.
Okay,
so I may check it out. I would say that right there reminds me of that animated Justice League episode too, when Lex Luthor was doing a whole lot of gaslighting for Superman and with Shazam. He's like, "Oh, I put an energy source in this little town I made." And he's like, Superman's like, "No, I know you're lying. You did this." He's like, "I don't know what you're talking about." That was a great episode.
Yeah, that was.
And he had Shazam come in to try to add to the gaslight, and it was just That just lets you know how. Yeah.
I mean,
so
if not for everything that you mentioned, I may give that show a shot. Just because, at the very least, just because of Lois Lane's design, because we respect our short-haired queens out here. So, it's a possibility.
Also, they got the best replacement for Gilbert Godfrey. Mix Piglet is Master Shake.
Okay, damn, that might actually win me over. Dang it, I'm a busy man. I got stuff to do.
Also, so we definitely got some opinions on Superman.
I'll say this. If I send you a picture of Jimmy Olsen, it means I need you to take one for the team. That's all I'm saying.
And then so. So, yeah, we definitely got some opinions on Superman. But let us know in the comments what you guys think. Again, we try to give it spoiler-free as humanly possible. We understand life is life. Please go see it. Experience it, because these movies do need our support, especially in the comic book world, because we definitely don't want Yule Boll directing anything else. I mean that.
Skip them post-credit scenes. Just do yourself a favor, skip them.
Yeah, there's
roll out.
There's literally not anything important. If you want to sit through it for fun and giggles, that's fine.
They're not even that entertaining or funny.
If you want to sit for the giggles, I mean, it's a chuckle because it's a gag at Superman. I will say that.
At most, all you'll get is this. Okay, that
you'll get a chuckle.
Get up, leave, just go.
But as far as other movies, Marvel, like, fucking stop. All right, I've seen enough. I don't need another sneak peek. I don't need another teaser, TV spot. I've seen too much already.
Wait a minute now. I kind of like Marvel's end credit scenes, man.
No. The end credit scenes is fine. I'm talking strictly the promo for Fantastic Four. Enough. Okay. I've seen enough.
That's one of my arguments about today's society. Like, the internet and social media has spoiled us to the fact that we see so much when it comes to trailers, behind the scenes sneak peeks, spoilers, all of that before a movie comes out. It has us in the point where, like, okay, when we go to the movies, I've already seen all this. Back in the day, before the internet and all of that, we would see like one trailer and like, oh, I'm going to see that.
I completely disagree with this point, because real talk, I've seen trailers for older movies back in the 80s. Some of those will spoil like actual legit twists and plot points.
That was every.
But the issue is, when it comes to like modern movies and trailers and stuff, if it's part of the promotional material, it's not a spoiler. Even for me, when I'm on the hype train, legitimately on the hype train for something, I'm trying to get every detail I can. It's a compulsion because I'm excited. And even up until the release of something, whether it be Zack Snyder's Justice League or Metroid Dread, there were spoilers that I got, but it didn't kill my experience with either the game or the movie, because when I'm actually experiencing it, I'm just experiencing it in real time. You'll be okay.
I just realized
I get it. It's like it's everything directly and indirect. Every trailer, every teaser, every Little Caesars, like every piece of ad has some new piece of lore. And I feel like I know too. I know there's a lot that's going to be revealed.
Yeah,
but I know too much. Like I could guess why Galactus was here. I didn't need y'all to directly say it before I got into the theater. I feel like if you're already sold on a movie, you're free to stop. Like literally with like Robert Pattinson's The Batman. Like, I was watching the trailers out of curiosity, like, okay, so we're not getting Ben Affleck's solo film because of this. Let's take a look. And I was like, I watched the first two trailers. I'm like, okay, those were cool. I'm gonna watch it. And then after a while, it's like they're releasing TV spots, because I keep up with movie news and all the behind the scenes stuff. And it's like after you get all these TV spots and people are speculating, theory crafting, there was a point where I was like, look, man, I'm gonna go see the movie. I'll see you when it comes out. I'm gonna go see it, but like all the stuff where it's like, hey, action scenes, a few little like hints, some dramatic lines, and some visuals, cool. Just go cut it straight to the press conference. Hey, Galactus wants our kid. We're not giving him up. Y'all might be SOL. I'm like, I could have waited to the theater for that.
With that,
it will be. Go ahead, Trey. Go ahead.
No. I was gonna say, with that, I feel like the fact that the past Galactus failed, I feel like that's what pushed them to try to cut straight to the cheese with this Galactus. I was like, okay, we failed with the smoke cloud Galactus in the old Fantastic Four movie. This is our chance to actually pull people in and give them another view at Galactus. So let's go ahead and throw him in there. Let you know that we ain't playing this time. I feel like that was a main reason for putting it out there early like that.
I don't mind Galactus. I mean the fact that they did a whole political negotiation and it failed, and they gave us that in detail in a trailer. Hey, we talked to him. He wants our kid. We said no. We'll let you know how it goes. I'm like, that. I'm like, we could have waited for the theater for that. We know he's coming. Like Cat Williams. They know I'm coming. We know they coming. I'm gonna be in the theater. I don't need any more.
I wonder which comic book they going off of with this though, because
just experience what it is, man.
I know
I'm trying. I'm getting to it.
See, that's
apparently
the thing.
They said time runs out. Time runs out is allegedly the story we're leaning towards.
Is that the one? Is that the one where? No, that's not, because this is Baby Franklin. So this isn't the one where Franklin hires Galactus, right?
So my speculation is we are magically finding ways to age up all these children. Billy and Tommy went from toddlers to teenagers now.
Yeah,
via body swap. Clearly, Ben has a beard. They're gonna do something probably like Ant-Man with the time through the suit. I wouldn't be surprised if everybody saw the end credits of Thunderbolts, if boom bang time travel like Kara getting lost in a different path and showing up as an adult, we get an adult Franklin.
All we really saw was the bridge. All we really saw was Franklin developing the interdimensional bridge. So that's the only thing they're going with. So it makes sense that they're wanting to leave a little bit out there. I get the whole thing of not showing everything, but let's be honest. You want to get as much hype as you can, because Marvel doesn't have the same firestorm like it did in Phase 1. Like, let's be honest. Iron Man came out, firestorm. Captain America came out, firestorm. I keep going down.
The Incredible Hulk, all that stuff. Yeah,
the Incredible Hulk had a firestorm. But you notice, and I say this just because I like numbers, and numbers seem to stick in my head. For all the Marvel movies within the first Phase 1, you realize that every Marvel movie, including Infinity War and Endgame, had a total max amount of 4 trailers. 3 trailers up until Infinity War. Infinity War and Endgame I had 5. Every other Marvel movie had 4 or less in the span of it to the premiere.
And some of them straight up lied because Hulk was never in Wakanda.
Yeah. So again, I get the whole thing of showing as much trailers as humanly possible, because again, Marvel had that weird phase where they were just cranking out things but not cranking out quality. So now that you're all back on the quality track, you have to reel those people back in, because right now, those folks are going to be on the fence of going to go see it at the movies, waiting on Disney Plus.
I think too, there is a little bit of trust that has diminished in superhero media as of late. DC, of course, definitely lost theirs. A lot of that is the fault of Warner Brothers. Let's be real about that.
That's my whole thing with the whole
post. But even like post Infinity War, Marvel has had its hits and misses. But please continue.
No, that's about my whole thing with the whole James Gunn Snyder. At the end of the day, I blame Warner Brothers. You can see where they
greatest villain of DC.
You can see
we missed out on. I would say we missed out on the Cyborg and the Batman solo movie.
I'll even say this: allegedly there's 30 minutes that was cut out of Superman. What did we miss? And we know we've been down this road before. Remember Batman v Superman Ultimate Edition? And somebody actually pointed this out. I believe Chris Terrio said it. When it comes to what type of stuff they cut from the theatrical cuts of movies so they can fit into that time frame, so they can get it in as many theaters and make as much money as possible, they will always cut like the story and dialogue bits over the action, because the action is where the majority of the budget went. Right. So that's why you end up losing out on so much context and character building on these types of things, because that's how they're trying to save their money. And then they'll just sell it back to you later, and they're like home releases. And it's annoying.
Or they just throw it away, because they said Suicide Squad was kind of supposed to rival.
David Ayer got completely screwed over with that.
There's a bunch of Batman footage that they're like in early screens, like, he's in it more than Spider-Man is in Civil War.
And said that they had enough Joker footage to make its own movie, damn near.
They said they had so much Batman because I think Civil War was out around that time. It's like, hey, he's in there more than Spider-Man's in Civil War. And then that same guy saw an early screening of the final cut. He's like, yeah, I don't know what that was compared to. So even in like Arkham Knight, you can tell, hey, this is where Rocksteady did it, and then this is where Warner Brothers said we can make money. Because why do I need Tim as Robin again when it was clearly Jason's turn for the Batgirl?
They know it was Jason, but they just wanted to mess with our minds. Say, no, that was Tim. I was like,
no, you know, You know what's bad? You know what's bad when your entire fandom has wrote it off that was a memory experienced by
a fever dream.
No, that it was during. They're saying that was Barbara's memory during the fear toxin, but she wanted to be comfortable, so she swapped Jason for Tim, and everyone was like, "That's our canon."
I believe it.
But yeah, I like where our movies are going, but again, I blame studios. DC shot themselves in the foot and blew off all 10 toes. Marvel got comfortable and had no competition. That's why some stuff is going how it is. We're back to we're going to get to an even playing field after this month. I'm happy with it. And then we've got Nintendo doing God knows what the fuck.
I'll get that momentarily, but I'll say this before we go on to Stranger Things. James Gunn, please do the one thing that all DC fans have been wanting for like the last going on 30 years. There is a section of comic book characters that deserves to have its own movies. It's had a television series. We need to actually see movies.
Teen Titans, isn't
it? Not even that.
Okay.
I want to see static done properly.
Okay, fair.
I want to see hardware done properly. I want to see Icon and Rocket done properly. I want Blood Syndicate to get the Wire treatment with an unlimited budget. That's how much No, go ahead. What are you gonna say, Therese?
I would say, is it too greedy to ask for Steel and Plastic Man?
Nope.
Because I feel like the last time they gave us Steel was in the animated movie, and then the one Shaq did. But we don't like talking about that.
Look, I would trust James Gunn with it. I would trust James Gunn with the Plastic Man movie. That sounds right up his alley, to be honest. Let him do that.
I feel like there's definitely something there.
I'm just saying he has the ability.
I would like a mini static verse where like the whole Bang Baby concept, like have him
like a whole series.
I'm saying treat him like y'all kind of did Luke Cage. Yes, he's a defender in that show, but at the end of the day, in his own movie, spinoffs, tie-ins, whatever, he's got to deal with that shit in his neighborhood because.
That was a nice deal that was on Superman Lois, but again, Mr. Irons deserves a Mr. Terrific treatment. He does.
Oh, for sure.
Him and his entire storyline deserves a Mr. Terrific. But again, I got to pull aside the DC rabbit hole because Stranger Things, because we're finally getting that final season before we get Stranger Things the college years. Literally, because these kids at this point might as well be in college. But we are getting the final season in different parts. But fellas, has anybody seen the trailer for this yet?
Hey man, they went to the Attack on Titan school of stretching this shit out.
I've seen the trailer, but I haven't watched Stranger Things. But
all right. Well, for those that haven't seen it, this is season 5 of Stranger Things.
Burn commencing in 5, 4, 3. Come on. 2. And after what we've been through, this thing it ties us together forever.
Wherever this blood leads.
I need you to fight one last time.
done this, kid.
Found you.
Now I want to stop it right there because again, it's how they did this is diabolical, but at the same time, this lets you know that this is becoming the standard for most shows. They're either ending or the fact they're just trying to get the money grabs out of it. So volume 1 comes out November 26th. Volume 2 comes out on Christmas. I don't get Netflix's understanding outside the fact that either you're trying to get more subscribers because again, this is the final season. This is the final season of one of their most rated shows. But at the same time, fellas, can we honestly say, do we really need to stretch this out for a final season? I mean, again, why split it? Just go ahead and do like you did. See, I miss the old Netflix. I miss when Netflix came out and said, you know what? Here's our show. Here's 20 odd episodes. Knock yourself out. Or 10, 12, whatever. But you could binge watch. Binge watching became a thing. Folks waited for the whole season to come out. Now Netflix is becoming more like public television. We might give you 5 episodes. We might give you 3. Either way, you're going to watch. But again, I'll say it. I got hooked on the Stranger Things. I want to see how it ends. Do I think the whole idea of splitting it up into volumes makes sense? It doesn't, because outside of season 4 was split, but that was because of COVID. Let's be honest, COVID shut a lot of things down. So they had to make it the best way they could work. But at least for 1 through 3, you had all seasons. So it's the fact that we're not, when it comes to Netflix and Stranger Things, of course, I know I'm going to see it. I want to know you guys' opinions on it. Are we ever going to get back binge watching a full season, or should we just go ahead and just wave that as it passes by?
I don't think it's going anywhere. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I think maybe this generation learning a little bit of delayed gratification. It's never not exactly a bad thing. And this is coming from somebody who's definitely binge watched some shows like Breaking Bad before. That's how I got into it. But at the end of the day, I mean, for me, coming from somebody who isn't as much of a Stranger Things fan, I mean, show looks well made. Camera work is looking nice. I like that little Resident Evil looking monster at the very end. That was pretty cool.
I thought Capcom was going to sue on that one. That looked too close to be a liquor. I said it's just a liquor with a raincoat. That's all I was like. That's a little too close for Capcom standards, but all right.
Yeah, but sadly, I don't know much about Stranger Things except for the Demogorgon and that one girl that Drake was thirsting over with his freaky ass. Allegedly, that was bad.
I'm saying 11 is 22 plus now. Like, it's
right.
You have stretched this show out into the kids' adulthood. Some of them are married, got other jobs. And then they called it one kid is like, all right, we need to put the flat top back on. We're going back to the 90s. So
it's the Harry Potter cast effect, I guess you could say.
Well, she's 22, and she's too old for him.
And DiCaprio, so allegedly.
Yeah,
but
allegedly, of course.
I don't know. I think they saw them get. I think they saw how they were getting away with splitting the animes into cores and be like, hey, you'll get one half this year, and you'll get the second half next year, even though we technically have the whole thing. And they're like, we'll do that with the TV shows. We'll just make it a little bit closer, because now that's what everything does. They don't do the weekly. It's just cores, as they call them, or parts, or season, or Attack on Titan, final part 1 season, Kingdom Hearts 2.9 AB.
I feel like they did a similar thing too with, I guess you could say, Squid Game seasons 2 and 3, where I think they shot 2 and 3 together.
Yeah,
they released it as 2 separate seasons, but maybe that one, because they had so much content, it made sense. And it was a good little.
They were at least able to call it season 2 and 3. It's like, no, here's part 1 of season 2, and here's part 2 of season 2. We need to make sure your subscription runs a couple months. But
I definitely feel like. You go ahead.
No, you got it, Tori.
No, I was just gonna say I definitely feel like they're milking it just a little bit. Maybe they're milking it just so they can throw one more price hike on the subscription, because they've raised the price up like every year or every other year now for Netflix.
See,
and then they've been
continue. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say that they've been trying to do more original content. So I feel like that's another reason why they're trying to stretch it out. You know, keep everybody tuned in. That way they can make a few more dollars so they can push something else out there that's so-called original content. But there's definitely a reason why they're doing this. It's not for our entertainment, it's for their pockets.
And this was like their first major in like Netflix original too. So this thing has literally been here since the beginning.
Yeah, it was one of the original products. Yeah.
I'll play devil's advocate a little bit just from like a production standpoint. You know, it's a similar thing to, I guess we can talk about like the Dragon Ball Daima DLC, or even for me as a Tekken fan, like, you know, Bandai Namco and Tekken Project's transparency on like, hey, developing games is mad expensive. It's gotten like almost 10 times more expensive going from 7 to 8. So that's why they've got to add their battle passes and their season passes. And it's got to be priced out for this way, because the money that you're paying is going towards the ongoing development of the game and future title. Exactly. So yeah, I look at it almost like the same way where, you know, you could argue that it's milk, but milk implies a much more malicious intent. And it's like, yeah, you've got a business, you got to make money, but then it's like, are you making your money ethically, or are you just milking it for the sake of milk, or are you actually trying to further development of the thing that you're going for? And honestly, it could even be both. You got Netflix maybe trying to milk, and then you got the actual creatives trying to create.
I was going to put in video game terms. You can have an Anthem issue, or you can have a Madden issue.
Yeah.
What you got, Tori?
I say it's milk, because when Netflix first came out, what was their slogan? Share
you can watch it.
Oh, share with everybody. That's what they tweeted that. Share with everybody.
Love is sharing the Netflix password.
Right. Exactly. And then now that here we are in current time where they reneged on that. It's like, nah, ain't no more of that. Hey, you sharing?
Love is sharing.
You about to double that payment.
You think that the landscape of media has changed a little bit since then?
Here's the back in the day, they had the library was huge. I remember Netflix when digital Netflix was all that, when it first came around, they had every season of Saturday Night Live till current. I was binge watching from the beginning to the current. Like the library was crazy. They would have like full libraries of shows, and now you're lucky if you get season 1 through 5. But now they be doing like, oh, we give you season 1, season 3. And season 6, like they skip on seasons with some of these shows. So like right now, like you're giving us portioned out versions of what you used to give us, and then now you're charging us more, and now we can't share our password with everybody we used to.
Hulu's a prime example of that. Hulu used to be free, and now look at them. And I'm not knocking it because again, when your whole thing. Like Hulu was just basically Hulu when it first came out with Alec Baldwin. For all those that don't remember, that's just really showing our age. His whole thing was you can watch for free. Why pay for cable when you can watch for free? Hulu ran on that for 4 or 5 years, and then they're like, oh, as the downfall of cable and more people went streaming, they said, okay, we have to switch our market. Let's. And their big thing was anime. Anime outside of Crunchyroll and Funimation and various other One Piece sites on the Grand Line. I'm not gonna say what their names are because they do God's work.
If you know, you know.
Those One Piece sites do the Lord's work, and I refuse to give their names. So, but what I'm getting at is, as the markets changed, they saw it as an opportunity. Hulu went big on anime. They got subscribers. Then once they got subscribers, they changed again. They went to original programming. So Netflix was the original blueprint for it. It was like, we'll take a certain market, we'll get subscribers, we'll go to original content. Let's be honest, Orange is the New Black, Stranger Things, other shows that Netflix produced, again, gain more subscribers. So yeah, I'm more nostalgic in the fact of, keep doing what brought me here to the dance, but I understand as you get bigger, as things change, you can't remain the same. I mean, it's just like Tubi. You think Tubi is going to be free forever? No, Tubi eventually is going to go the route of Hulu,
or even a much more relevant to us ideas like YouTube. Yeah, like the landscape of YouTube has obviously changed since 2006. Everybody can upload for free and all this stuff. But then it's like, once you actually got the whole Google era, then it's like, okay, we need ad money because we need a business model that's going to sustain and expand. Yeah, it comes with its side of bull. Yeah, I understand. I hate watching ads too. Get that ad blocker. Oh, wait, can't do that anymore. I get it. But at the same time, it's like, I get it. You know?
Yeah.
So. Well, there you go.
It's I don't know. It's
sail the high seas if you must.
Yeah. Crunchyroll.
You must sail the Grand Line if you must.
Crunchyroll. I remember you being a bootleg site. You become what you were set to destroy.
Man, everybody was sharing each other's Crunchyroll.
Times change, man.
Man.
Now they went and bought up the whole block. You can't even shop at like other stores anymore. It all just goes directly to their website.
I remember. I know you remember Verve. You remember Verve?
That's familiar.
We had Funimation, Verve, Neon Alley.
Because
I can't say
Verve had like a whole plethora of different companies on one because they had Rooster Teeth, they had High Dive, and a bunch of other stuff like on one platform. And then as you know, streaming got bigger and bigger. High Dive, they parted ways with Verve. Now they're doing their own thing. So like a lot of them, they just like jump ship. It's like, man, people are paying, and they looking at Netflix and like, you said how much Netflix charge? We can at least get half of that. That's literally what it is now.
And that was the selling. That was the big selling point. It's like, why go here when you can come over here for less? And they Walmarted. I'm not gonna lie, that's what they did, and it worked. It did work, so I can't knock it for that.
They don't even get the whole show now. Like they'll take the first 1 or 2 seasons because I think it's cheaper. Like I was watching the new Fairly Odd Parents spinoff, and it's actually really good. But now they have the second set of episodes, like season 2, and everybody who worked on the show is like, it's all the first season. I don't know why they have it labeled, but please go watch it because Nick hasn't ordered another set of episodes. We don't know why either. But please go run the shit up because everyone's moving weird. Disney Plus has live streams now. I'm like, these are TV channels. We have reinvented cable.
Yeah. Joe, any opinions?
On which topic are we on now? At this point?
we did kind of jump, but before we get to video games, you're
Stranger Things.
I don't watch it at this point. I don't even know what year we're in Stranger Things. Are we in the far off year of 1999?
Close.
Hey, that'll be the end. We have to wait for the nukes on Y2K.
Actually, where they're at right now is 1990. They went from late 80s, so I think they're now in 92, if I've got that right. 91, 92.
Just let me know when either Power Rangers hit and they come in and Megazord, the Demigorgon, or this has secretly become Thunder the Barbarian somehow.
At least you didn't say tattooed teenage alien fires from Beverly Hills. I respect.
I think that's coming up every podcast.
I don't know.
Go ahead, Tafara.
I just hope it doesn't follow what I call the Netflix curse. It feels like they intentionally like nuke the ending of all their shows because it's like.
No, I'm talking about tattooed teenage alien fighters from Beverly Hills.
I know. I was trying to say was from that conversation.
It comes back. We just accept it.
Or at least Big Bad Beetle. Well, maybe not Big Bad Beetleborgs.
You really want to Big Bad Beetleborgs?
I used to love Big Bad Beetleborgs with Jay Leno on the show. I remember that.
Everybody remembers that one.
That's still funny that everybody looks at it and goes Jay Leno. I'm like, it's
not Jay Leno.
But I can see Jay Leno in that. I can see Jay Leno in that face, but okay, let us know what you guys think about Stranger Things final season. That's going to be coming out in splits, but we do have some video game announcements before we get to our video game trailers. Xbox Game Pass, again, a nice little investment if you do have it. They did announce their next wave that's coming out. Some of these games are already out, but some of these games will actually be out near the end of the month. High on Life, RoboCop Rogue City, My Friendly Neighborhood, Back to the Dawn, Abiok Factor, Wheel World, Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, Grounded 2, and Farming Simulator 25. I can tell you off the bat, RoboCop Rogue City is actually fun. I didn't think it was going to be fun, but it's actually.
You so.
Oh yeah, I'll give you credit. It was fun. It was definitely fun. I will give you credit on that. Like I said, Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, if you are a Dark Souls fan. Now, it is Dark Souls light, which means that there is a forgiveness factor on this, but it does take some practice. It's got a great story, but would recommend it if you are a fan of Dark Souls. But, Farming Simulator, hey, people like farming, can't knock that. But also, again, if you have Xbox Game Pass, I'm gonna be honest, it's worth the amount that you're getting because Nintendo's lost their mind. PlayStation has tiers, and I think honestly, after this console, this handheld console that Microsoft Xbox comes out with, that'll probably be the end of console gaming as far as handhelds and systems go. Microsoft may just go the way of Sega, although Sega, if there was ever a time now to revive the Dreamcast,
Sega's earned their place in the world now.
I'm just saying, revive the Dreamcast.
Sega said y'all will get a Sonic Racing, and we're just gonna get all the Nickelodeon IP in here.
Hey, look, I'd say if Sega wants to create an entire console where all you can play is Yakuza games exclusively, then sign me up because I'll take it.
I'm just saying, there's a avenue, right? Not to say that you PC mass race folks, because y'all guys have died down and been quiet. I appreciate that. Because we all know gaming is heading that way. As games get more and more advanced, certain hardware is going to be needed. And yes, it is going to be to the point where all games are going to be PC. But people like to be able to sit down, pop in a game, or download a game and just immediately start playing. Some folks don't want to build a PC. I love building PCs. But I can understand some folks want to sit down, even go to a vintage cartridge, because sometimes I like playing on Nintendo. I like playing on Super NES. I like playing on Sega because I miss complete games. I do. I miss complete games. But again,
you got some Tori?
Depends on where
I was gonna say with the dismantle and fade away of cartridges and hard copies, now they're switching off to licensing for games. Now you're just paying to rent the games pretty much, and they can revoke them at any time. So I feel like,
and that's scary because a lot of people have have their games downloaded on digitally on their consoles. So you're right, they could turn, Sony or Nintendo could turn around tomorrow and be like, and then you basically have a brick system unless you somehow Faraday cage your PC or you Faraday cage your console from the internet. Good luck. Yeah. But no, it's the reason why. And I know we say on this podcast all the time that physical media is so freaking important because number one, as an IT person, you cannot depend on hard drives. Hard drives will eventually fail. All hard drives will eventually fail. But that being said, cartridges, they will stand the test of time. I mean, you could pop in a Nintendo cartridge from the 80s, it still plays. You could pop in an Atari cartridge from the 60s and it still plays.
I mean, you got to vacuum that mug first, but it works.
That too. You got to vacuum the crap out of that thing. But depending on how it's stored, some folks are really particular. But
my C batteries have not failed me yet.
Yeah,
listen.
The same thing.
I still got.
You got a Game Gear?
Is that a game? Yeah. The Sonic for that. The Sonic game for that absolutely fucking sucked. No, because that first it's like the second or third boss, the little pincher shit, and then they got you downward at an angle, so you can't really tell when the balls are gonna come. And it's they have a different bounce pattern. I'm like, this is some bullshit.
Like we need more hard copies for these games. Like, it makes no sense that they're still got that
like the fashion.
But that's the reason why I keep saying, even ROMs. Like you've probably seen the knockoff Game Boys, and whatnot that you see on Temu and other places.
Yeah, go send send them a cease and desist. Leave YouTube
like that one that Soldier Boy was trying to sell, is Soldier Gaming or whatever.
Soldier Gaming.
I'm the first rapper. I'm the first rapper with his own game console.
They sued pants off that man for that.
Nintendo sat there and said, "Oh, really?" Nintendo sat there and said, "Oh,
because all it is it's the same thing people been doing with like the game system, just modding it and loading it up with games with the memory card and like And like it's
Nintendo has always said you can have fun within limits.
But that's the crazy part. There are so many ROMs out there that can play Nintendo games on any machine. It could be a tablet. It could be your basic high-end computer to your low-end. The fact that these ROMs can play almost every game in the Nintendo library, and Nintendo has yet to produce a console that can do all these games. But you'll send cease and desist letters to every ROM out there saying, "Well, we don't want that. Y'all say you're a company of joy, yet you're a thief of one at the same time. Figure that out."
Look, I need all gaming companies to find a CEO who was like the equivalent of the guy who took over Red Lobster. He knows how to relate to the people.
Oh, you see how he reads the comments. We need a CEO that reads the comments.
Does he have siblings that are equally as qualified? That man knows how to reach the people within minutes.
Tori, is it time? Do I need to say it, Tori? Do I need to say it, man?
Go ahead, say it. Go ahead.
All right, look here. Anybody that has been following me on our streams or seen my clips that have gone viral and have sent the mob of Xbox fans at me, you already know. I got nothing but hatred and bigotry towards Xbox.
I don't let me give y'all a disclaimer. I do not condone anything this man is saying.
The views expressed by Joe Kennedy are not reflective of that. Trapped in anime, in the film, trapped in
He's not
I
like
speak
us.
solely
He's not
for
like
myself.
us.
At the end of the day, don't even try to hit me with that. Anyway.
Oh man.
Also, us light skins do not claim Drake. I don't care where he's from. Anyway, the point being, in this day and age, for me, I have no reason to own an Xbox. I looked at that list; those games look fantastic. But I see next to it PC. I'm not saying you need to invest in a PC if you do not feel ready. But the fact that I have one available in my own household that I'm speaking to you through the power of the internet with, I'll just stick to that, and I'll get a Nintendo console for them exclusives, and I'm set. I've pretty much got everything I need. I'm good.
And
when it comes to Xbox, they pretty much already bowed out of the game themselves when they're putting their exclusives on other consoles. Halo, forget it. Gears of War, forget it. What you need an Xbox for? And also, don't even get me started on the controller. Look at this controller I got right here.
Is that an Xbox controller?
This is an Xbox controller, but it's structured like a PlayStation controller. Why? You know why? Because I cannot play fighting games on that other Xbox controller. When you got your D-pad down here, I need my D-pad right up here, strategically positioned when I need to do my wave dashes and my electrics with Kazuya. I'm not messing with an Xbox controller. Thank you.
And then
when you got big
and when
hands,
you get your rank up to mine in Tekken, then you can tell me about which controllers used for fighting games. Until then, Tori, you need to shut up.
Wait a minute. First of all, you can see me on any Injustice game, any Mortal Kombat game.
Ain't nobody playing that bullshit, Tori. Don't even talk to me about Injustice.
You like rolling around in circles. Listen, come see me in a sidestepper. That's all I gotta say.
I feel like they're. I feel like they're
in all of this. He's out of line, but he's right.
Hey, y'all can meet in a middle ground. DC versus Mortal Kombat. There you go. It's equally terrible for everybody.
I tell you, we got so bored playing that game with my friends. We literally just stopped playing the game and then just did the thing where you go from one menu to another and then it shows that little animation. And then once we got to the end of that loop, we're like, all right, we're done with this.
That they wouldn't let them perform fatalities, you know.
Again, fatalities have gotten played out for me at this point anyway. But
now I gotta see
we ain't gotta
what his Kazi is like with my Dragonov.
Don't tempt me.
This has been such a pleasant
But then
surprise.
you got PlayStation. You got PlayStation where it's like, hey, you got all these classics and you won't port or remaster any of them. But hey, let's go ahead and do Remaster of Us Part 17 for the PS6, which you can pre-order now. Like,
I'll say PlayStation been messing up too. And again, it's like it's the exclusives thing. It's the same thing that I believe it was Iwata or Miyamoto, one of them that said it. Nintendo said it. Your software sells your hardware.
Yeah.
The exclusives are the thing that's keeping Nintendo together. I have a reason to get a Switch 2 because I'm looking forward to a Metroid 6. They ain't announced it yet, but it's basically guaranteed because Dread was the highest selling Metroid game to date. Thank you very much. I love that game. But when it comes to like the Xbox, it's like First off, you didn't really grab me. Like, it's basically your Madden and your 2K and your Halo console and Forza, I guess. But I ain't really checking for that anyway. You had Sunset Overdrive. That looked pretty fun. And then you just didn't really roll with that.
That was a strong start to that console generation. And then that
where is that?
That and Rise.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. It came with that. Xbox came with that Rise.
Rise and Killer Instinct. I was like, okay. That was like my first time playing. I was like, okay, we're getting a strong start. And then it was like,
then microtransactions just like the baby boom of microtransactions just took over. It's like, oh, we got Killer Instinct for you, what you got to buy each character.
But I'll say this though, before we get to Zelda and then the other game trailers, exclusivity died and microtransactions killed it. Microtransactions, I always say this: if Fortnite wasn't successful, fighting games would not have seasons.
Probably.
That's just being honest.
I mean, if it's a business model that works, then of course somebody was going to adopt it.
Fortnite proved. Fortnite was the first game to prove, outside of Diablo and World of Warcraft, that additionally charging players to keep playing a quote unquote free game, because to be honest, the base game is free, but skins, DLCs, everything else that you ever wanted, they do cost. And they Walmarted it, which means the low cost on the skins, like, hey, we'll give you, you pay us $5, we'll give you 1,000 V-Bucks. And those 1,000 V-Bucks kids will burn through in less than 5 minutes. I have a 12-year-old behind me that's living proof of that. But the thing I'm getting at is, because that microtransactions was so successful, was the reason why fighting games had a problem. And
Pokemon card binder.
He said World of Warcraft. And,
you got Magic the Gathering cards. Nice. I mean, I got World
of Warcraft cards.
Okay.
World of Warcraft cards. I remember that game.
Huh?
I remember that.
World of Warcraft or Magic?
These are World of Warcraft cards.
Okay.
And I talk to people like, oh no, World of Warcraft has cards? I'm like, yeah, dog.
Because I know my Magic the Gathering cards are buried somewhere in my parents' house. But
I give Fortnite credit. Like, a lot of people was like, all right, fine, we'll copy the format, because the whole thing was they kept telling us, hey, the hardware can't do that, and then you do remote updates that makes sure it can do that. We can't do backwards compatible games. Oh wait, yes we can. Switch. We can't do Bluetooth headsets, and apparently y'all magically had that shit on there the whole time. And everybody, we can't do crossplay. And Fortnite's like, well, we did it on all three of your consoles, so somebody's lying.
It's technology they don't want to push. Like, when PlayStation 5 came out, you had the headsets, and then you had these Bluetooth earbuds that I have yet to see one person play with. I have yet, because, my Turtle Beach can do just fine, but I'm not about to shell out another $100-$150 for earbuds that'll easily get lost for a system that is already overpriced and was short stocked. I mean,
I'm gonna blame Apple.
I hate how they got greedy. It was like, well, you can only buy our products to work on your PlayStation. I'm
gonna definitely blame Apple for that too.
Why are y'all doing that? Why y'all getting greedy? Y'all we was cool last season. Now this season, y'all want us to cater just to y'all?
Yeah, but that goes back to fighting games, because fighting games after Street Fighter, I would say this: after Street Fighter 4 rebirthed the Street Fighter franchise, Street Fighter 4 had a problem.
100%.
They had a problem because they hit a ceiling. That ceiling was either we somehow have to up the price of the game, or we'd do it in seasons to accommodate the fact that we are basically rushing the next game out. Because between 4 and 5 was only a matter of 4 years. Between 2 and 3 and Turbo and Third Strike, I want to say there was about to get 7 or 8 years between games. So because we're now rushing production, now it's like, okay, we can't give you a complete game by the time you want one. Oh, well, let's do it in seasons. So if they want, if your fighters aren't in this season, they'll be in the next season, but you have to pay to play. And they snuck that in 5. 5 worked. Now,
5 was off to a very rough start.
5 was off to a very rough start, but they saved it by introducing fighting seasons. At the same time, Killer Instinct, did the same thing. I love Killer Instinct. I think that we deserve a Killer Instinct 3 at this point. Will Iron Galaxy do it? Probably not. But they did the same thing. They did theirs in season. So every fighting game after that point saw it and said, oh, we can do this in season, still make our money. At the same time, they'll keep playing because, well, they want to continue the experience. So that's the reason why I said Fortnite really proved that microtransactions in a season can work. So again, transfer to fighting games, transfer to Mario Kart. Mario Kart 8 had what? 15, 16 updates for one game. And now we're about to get Mario Kart World, the first $100 game from Nintendo. I can only imagine how many updates that thing's going to have. So again, it's the nature of the beast as far as, paying to play with these games that are going to have continual seasons.
True, but I do think there is a clear distinction. Well, maybe not clear, but there is a distinction between a game that's releasing with the intent to have like a longer lifespan of like updates and DLC versus a game that's genuinely unfinished. Like, again, if we want to compare, like, hate to do it, but Tekken 8 compared to Street Fighter 5. Like Street Fighter 5 at launch, it had no real arcade mode. It only had like that one little story mode where you had like 2 or 3 fights per character and the artwork wasn't that good. Sorry, Bengus. But then it's like you had like 16 characters at launch. It was like really lacking in content. Yeah, you got like a free
FCG focused, not consumer focused.
Right. Which, and I'm sure they like, I don't even think they had money to go outside of like PlayStation at the time as far as releases. But either way, any way you slice it, by the time it was released, it just did not feel like a complete package. Then you get to something like Tekken 8. It had the budget coming off of the success of Tekken 7, which even Tekken 7 is basically a complete game, but you can tell they had to cut a lot of corners to get it to where it was. You get to 8. You've got a fully fledged cinematic story mode. You've got like different modes. You've got like the whole the ghost battle system. You've got all your online features. You've got like 30 something characters released at launch, et cetera, et cetera. And then, there's DLC. So you could argue the game is not quote unquote finished. But if you just got the base game and you just stopped right there, you'd pretty much be fine unless you're like hardcore competitive. I feel like there's a difference there. And this is why I always respect games like, companies like Nintendo over like the big AAA developers, the guys that get overhyped on IGN or whatever. And then their games release as buggy, unfinished, unplayable messes. Like, how long did it take for them to finish games like No Man's Sky or Cyberpunk 2077? Let's be real. Versus
Cyberpunk was a virus.
Versus if I turn around and play Metroid Dread on release, the most people had to complain about was, oh, there's a point where the game drops to like 30 frames per second. I'm like, I didn't even notice. The game
as a Cyberpunk fan, I cannot knock CD Projekt Red for that because they had bigger corporate bosses that were trying to push things out through unexpected timelines for a massive game that really needed a bit more polish. So I can't knock Project Red for that. Although at the same time, I kind of wish the CEO of Project Red kind of put his foot down and said, look, either we can give you a polished game or we can give you a buggy game. Yeah. And I kind of wish he put his foot down on that. But
that's the key difference is like, is the game getting what it needs or are you getting what you want? You may not get what you want right off the bat, but you need to have at least what you need at launch.
Right. And then you got some. Oh, go ahead, Tori.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. Then you got games where it's like we're not making money. It's like we told you not to make that shit. We weren't buying it off the first trailer.
Wait, what game was that? What game was that only lasted a week?
Oh,
there was a couple of them.
There was a lot of those. What do you say, Joe?
It was a recent one. That shut the game down. You said which one?
Mind's Eye was the one.
Mind's Eye was a recent one. Yeah, Joe was saying Mind's Eye. That didn't make it a week. That was worse than the 4-player one that PlayStation was trying to put out. That was supposed to be the next shooter, and I forgot the name of Concord.
Concord, that's what it was.
That's
Concord.
What I was talking about.
Yeah. Concord has been the butt of. Concord's been the butt of so many jokes in the last year.
And then was on the way home from GameStop, and then they heard that the game was shutting down.
Yeah,
like, shutting down is one thing versus like I was referring to Suicide Squad, where everybody's like, "Hey, please, fucking stop!" Like
I wasn't asking for that game either.
Nor did we ask you to make it an Arkham Knight sequel. That was like quit touching shit.
You gave us Arkham Shadow, but you put it on Facebook VR.
And then they turn around and canceled the Wonder Woman game, which I would have been happy to accept that, or a Flash game, or a Superman game. You canceled that, and then we're getting more Arkham, as if you already didn't kind of screw the pooch on Arkham Knight, even though I really love the gameplay.
Like I said, Arkham Knight is great.
Piece of resistance.
Arkham Knight is great, but you can tell which parts was like, hey, we want to make a good story, and the parts where Warner Brothers was like, and shove that in there. Like the Batgirl.
Let's not talk about that Deathstroke fight either. Fight, my bad.
Yeah, like the
Origins, the
Batgirl DLC, great.
Oh, the Batgirl, okay,
The story DLCs where it's just challenge maps with some extra dialogue. I'm like, this is a Warner Brothers cash grab.
Yeah.
It's like Harley Quinn's Revenge was fucking fantastic. That was an entire thing by itself. They waited for it, and they're like, wow, we could have put this in the next game, but y'all have been showing Arkham City so much love. Here you go. And then Suicide Squad was like, we are just gonna disappear the entire Bat family, possibly kill off Robin, and the Justice League was clones the entire time. Good night.
Yeah, it just didn't make any sense.
But then they do shit, and it's like, we weren't making money. It's like, well, whose fault is that? Don't look at us. We told you straight up, don't do that.
And look, I'm gonna be real. I'm tired of the Suicide Squad, bro. I'm tired. Just retire the concept. I'll go watch Cyber City 080808. Watch that. It's basically Suicide Squad, but anime. It's way better. That said, I will take the Ayer cut of the original Suicide Squad.
That's the only.
But that's it. Do that, and I'm done. No Suicide Squad comics, no games, no movies, no animated movie. I'm done. No more Suicide Squad, bro.
And Bama,
the animated movies were nice.
Yeah,
they were all right. But anyway,
Bama, don't get me wrong. Borderlands is fine. I'm just not playing 4 because, again, the CEO of Gearbox rubbed me the wrong way with his comments.
Yeah, that's like, stop letting people say stupid shit that's going to get your game out, or stop putting out bullshit and then making your flagship title do the load carry, because even the last 2 Final Fantasy 7s, they're like, yeah, we're technically in the red. It's like, well, you dropped like 2 side games and like 4 mobile games you didn't attend to, and then wasted your money there. So now the game comes out, and it now needs to get you out of debt and then work by itself to try and make money. Like, it's like, oh, our quarter was bad. It's like, yeah, but that's not Final Fantasy 7's fault. That's whoever keeps putting out bullshit and not promoting it.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because speaking of faults, things we did not ask for was a Legend of Zelda movie. Well, we got casting for it. Yep. Again, I'm not knocking it. I am a Legend of Zelda fan. I have been a Legend of Zelda fan since the NES. I loved every aspect of it. Ocarina of Time is still my favorite Zelda game of all time. I understand Nintendo found success with the Mario movie, with the Super Mario Bros. Movie. I understand that. We didn't need a Zelda movie, but unfortunately, they're moving forward with this. As you can see, the two people right here. Forgive me if I screw up your names. Zelda will be paid by Bro Bragason, and Link will be paid by, will be played by Benjamin Avon Ainsworth. Again, these are the first castings for the Zelda movie. I don't understand why, outside of the fact that I just say it's a cash grab, because again, Zelda to me has been one of those games that does well in animation. It does well in CGI. I cannot see it working in live action just because of how much goes into it. I fear that it's going to be overdone. People are going to lose interest. At the same time, I feel like you know what it is? It reminds me of. It kind of reminds me of Losers. Like, again, don't get me wrong, I love DC/Vertigo. I love the fact that Losers, again, is a great movie in itself. Not just because of because Captain America, Bloodsport, and Negan were all in it, and I say that because there's 3. All the actors that played those characters are in the Losers. But again, good movie, should go see it. That being said, fellas, do we really need a Legend of Zelda movie? Because I don't see the allure of it outside of playing the games. I don't see how they're going to make a great story out of it. Am I just being completely negative, or I got a point here?
For me, I feel like there's an aspect of it where, like I said, we've seen historically video game movies have had a rocky history.
Yeah,
fair enough. But I've also seen, again, this is why I don't accept that 2021 Mortal Kombat movie being as bad as it was, because we have seen better, both from video games, comic books, anime adaptations, wherever. Yeah, there have been some stinkers, but there have been some great ones. So we know it's possible. At the end of the day, you just need good storytellers behind it. As of right now, all we're seeing is like the 2 cast members. They look the part well enough. They've got some hits under them. They seem like talented actors, but that's all we got. So we'll see. Now, real talk. I don't know if y'all remember this. I just got a hit with a Kill Bill flashback later today. Do y'all remember, like way back in the day, IGN did an April Fool's Day joke where they made a fake movie trailer for Legend of Zelda? Yeah, it was actually really dope. I just watched it again. I'm like, yo, I watched this movie. If this Zelda movie is anything like that, sign me up.
But I do remember that.
But they went to the extremes on that trailer, which actually made it interesting, though. So if it was that, I'll agree with you. I would watch that because at least that's interesting. But I'm scared that I shouldn't say scared. I fear this is gonna get the Eternals treatment.
Oh, don't say that.
I fear, and I say Eternals because Eternals. Don't get me wrong, Eternals could have been a great movie had it had a better direction. Had it had a better direction, it could have been a great movie. Not to say the Eternals, which again in comics are great. Yeah. In Zelda, in Legend of Zelda could also be great. But I fear that they might go too fancy with it.
I mean, I feel like if you're going to tell a Zelda story, I mean, we have the blueprint. Yeah, it comes from the games, and the way you consume games and films is different. But I feel like if your story keeps focus on the adventure of your main characters and the conflict between Link, Zelda, Ganondorf, all that good stuff, I think you'll do fine. Now, when it comes to something like Eternals, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Eternals was a fantastic case study of why Zack Snyder's Justice League was 4 hours. And because look at how many characters were introduced in Eternals and how many did you walk out actually caring about by the time that movie was over versus if they had made Eternals either longer or if they'd split it up into 2 movies and expanded on what it was doing, it would have been fine. Have your first movie, the Eternals versus the Deviants. Cool. Set up your big twist of, wait, the Celestials are doing what? Their purpose is what? Save it for the next movie. Have basically the second half of the movie. That's just your second movie. That would have worked out perfectly. But they were trying to do too much in too little time. Yeah, I don't feel like we're at as much of a risk with Zelda. I feel like it's going to be like your sort of fantasy thing, but with the Zelda aesthetic. This beautiful trailer. But like I said, I just feel like we haven't seen anything yet, so I'm reserving judgment.
It's all the people in the comments saying, "Hey guys, remember when this was a joke?"
Yeah, no. I literally went back and looked at the comments, and some of them are like, "Yeah, it's finally real, people."
My thing is, I had to go back and look at me though.
Look at this camera work though, too. Look at it.
What you got, Torian?
No, I was saying, like, how would the pacing be though? You know,
okay. If anybody watches It's Evan Williams and how he does like the movie producer pitches. So he pretends like to sniff a line. He's like, okay, we're making a Predator film. What are we doing? Okay, what's the setting?
I've seen those. I definitely.
Yeah. Okay, so I made one of those a few months ago about a Zelda franchise, and I'm like, all right, we're gonna milk the fuck out of this thing. So we're gonna make every game's gonna actually be 2 films. We'll do one every other year. It'll be introduction, first half of the dungeons, second half of the dungeons, lore dump, Ganondorf fight. You're gonna go Ocarina. You're gonna lead Ocarina into Wind Waker into Twilight Princess. Twilight Princess leads into Subspace Emissary. There's your Smash universe.
Right.
My only fear is like I don't want them to I don't want them to make this Zelda movie and it ends up being like the first Avatar movie, Airbender. You know.
Well, it doesn't have M. Night Shyamalan behind it.
My question is like, how do you handle because there's a lot unless you're gonna merge or skip the dungeons or make them one long test of fate or something. Because that's half the game is, hey, you got to go to the
thing. Yeah, that's like your pacing of like, if you want to have your dungeon sequences in a movie, make it like your sort of action set piece. Like we've seen it, I feel like in other adventure or fantasy movies, like, you know, you enter the dungeon, you go through your little obstacle course and, you know, face a couple of enemies, and then you find the magica thingy, and then you're out of there onto the next part of the adventure. You know, I feel it's going to come down to whoever's in charge. Like I said, if you get talented people behind it, you'll be okay.
Right. Sure. And that's gonna be the hard part is how do you speed through what's at least 4 of those? There's the water dungeon, there's the Goron dungeon, there's the Gerudo dungeon, there's the
But the crazy part is
the ice dungeon. So you usually got 4. So you got people who's like, how are you fleshing that out? Or they just speed past all that.
Like I can't think of ones right now. But I feel like we've seen movies where you have to go from one location, get this thing to another to another.
I definitely know what they're gonna do. They're gonna do a music montage, and he's just gonna skip past those all those scenes.
You know what? That would work.
Yeah,
but that would work though. See, it's like I said, there's ways that you can actually write how the dungeons are done. There's a way that you can actually do it, and it still engages. It just has to be done properly.
If you do a montage similar to how like Hercules went through his whole training arc, and we saw him like battling monsters and preparing something like that, maybe if you do like maybe like a synchronized fight with the music between all the dungeon bosses, maybe, and show him like progressing and getting new tools. Because other than that, you're going to want people who want like a Lord of the Rings level length of movie. And no, I want to see every dungeon and every power up and every item he obtains.
I want to see how long it took him to get there.
Right.
Hey, look, if we get more details about this movie and they say it's directed by like Michael Bay or something, then I think we have reason to worry. Just saying.
Explosions.
How are we going to get from point A to point B? Like the match.
No. What he's going to do is he's going to do the shield with the bomb, and then he's going to fly to the next.
Link's going to go to robot heaven.
I'm playing Twilight Princess right now. One of your methods of travel is literally an old guy with a cannon, and that's how.
Oh yeah, I do love that.
That's how you show a guy, Joe. What do you got?
No, I do love that the clown with cannon. Go ahead.
You guys are kind of forgetting. We had Legend of Zelda movies almost every week coming out in the 80s that did just fine and doing exactly what we're looking for. Like
the animated ones, yes.
We're close to Beastmaster, Willow, Krill or Ladyhawk. I think we got a winner.
If that's a mighty big if.
I just want to know if they're trying to build a Smash Bros. Universe, because if they do, if they do, this franchise would be the perfect one for it. I already gave y'all the golden idea. Take each timeline and just have Taboo be the main one watching each of this go down, and each story explains him discovering different timelines. He recruits Ganon because you keep getting killed in every version of you I find by these no-nonsense ass kids, and because yes, again, Ocarina, lead it into that could be your end credit scene.
You don't have to lead it into anything. It could be its own thing because this is another reincarnation cycle of Zelda, Ganon, Link. This can be entirely its own thing and have nothing to do with the games.
And look, I'll say this: if you want to get to your Smash Bros. Cinematic universe, just get me my Metroid stuff. I don't care about anything else. Just hurry up and get me more Metroid media. Because I'm surprised
there hasn't been a Metroid.
That's my idea.
That's another one.
That's my so in the video. That's kind of my idea for an end credit scene. Like,
and let me direct it. By the way, that's the other key detail.
So like, if you guys have played Brawl, the way Taboo was kind of rallying all the villains in that story, and he kind of like gave them the weaponry to like turn everyone to stat. That's kind of my idea. Like, have him watching Ganon, and it's like, dude, every time I find you, you get killed in the same way. So I want to like help you level the playing field, and just have him watching a bunch of TV screens at the end. You see Metroid, you see Sonic, you see Donkey Kong, you see Yoshi. Now you can go in any direction. It's like, all right, we know what you're doing. That because Subspace is still, I think, the greatest story Smash has ever done. Like Ultimate was okay, but like that shit was just 100 endless battles with like no payoff.
Yeah, Bomb the Blur, you are very cultured and very intelligent. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, a Metroid movie would actually work.
Who would y'all cast as Samus?
Get an unknown.
Ooh.
Don't even,
give me an unknown. For
or if you're that desperate, get Scarlett Johansson or something, and we'll be.
But the argument's gonna be, hey, we're getting Scarlett just to cover her face with a helmet for half the movie. That's
gonna be.
Now you know what? Look, look. This is why you put me in charge of it, because I would do it justice. I've already got it lined up, ready to go. Nintendo, just stop wasting time. Just hurry up and get me. Don't get the guy that made Castlevania and Devil May Cry. All right, he's very talented. He's got his own thing. What you're looking for is right here.
Jack Black is Ridley.
Oh my God. So that was so part of my joke was
just
like
get Julia Stiles and call it a day.
That works. No, that'll be the Nintendo editors. No, hey, we need Jack Black or Chris Pratt to have a role in every film. Those are the breaks.
I mean, look, I think Jack Black would probably make a great Kraid if you were going that route. Sure.
Yeah, I mean,
if he's in Zelda, he'll be the Deku Tree. He'll be in.
I'm not giving Brie Larson the role just because she asked for it. You got to earn your place. Samus means a lot to me, so you got to prove yourself to me first before you get through my casting.
If you didn't have to go through an unknown before we get to Fatal Fury and the other trailers, just real quick, if you couldn't pick an unknown, who would you pick to be Samus?
Like I said, ScarJo would be on my list, but she is getting up there in age, which is fine because she's still the baddie in my book. I don't care. I'll risk it all.
I would be honest. I would go completely different.
What you think?
I'm trying to remember the girl's name who we have a list on Blurred's Eye of people we have playing Storm. Cap, if you're listening, who was number one on that list that we picked? Because I cannot think of her name to save my life right now.
Has she been in anything else?
Huh? Oh, she's been in a lot of things. She's been in God dang it. Shoot. Now I'm drawing a freaking blank. Her name's that's what's gonna kill me that I should know it, because outside of Old Girl American Gods, that was gonna be my number 2. I cannot think of her name to save my doggone life right now. That's gonna kill me because she was literally. It's like she could play Storm, but I could see her as Samus, and I cannot think of her name to help me at the moment. This is pretty bad that I'm actually blanking out right now because we usually have an.
It'll come back to you.
If you just need a blonde to throw in there and just kind of
see, I would go. That's the reason I didn't want to go blonde. I didn't want to go blonde because I know it would tick off somebody, but at the same time it would work.
I mean, isn't that what Samus blonde hair, blue eye? Just throw Sydney Sweeney in there.
That would be the easy one. I'd fall to that, but
because then you had everybody's like, so we're getting a Zero Suit Samus scene, right? You got the suit.
I could also pick with the whip the girl who played what's her name, Beverly, in the new It movies. She did pretty good. She could pull it off, maybe.
That was her name.
Guess, what's her name?
DeWanda Wise. That was her name.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, that was her name. I could see her playing Samus.
Maybe they'll pick a wrestler or something like that.
Don't pick Ronda Rousey for the love of God.
Oh, dear God, no.
Don't do it. We've been down this road. I know she said she wanted it. I don't care. Stay far away. Don't do it.
No.
Maybe a Galactic Federation soldier, but Samus, no.
You know what? Scary. If you're gonna go wrestling, you might as well go Rhea Ripley at that point.
Yeah.
Look, I'll take that.
Rhea Ripley is
chance
what's her
shoot
name?
My shot up close to her. That's all it is. Anyway.
No, I need someone who can showcase fear, because like after, I'm not gonna lie, I played Metroid Prime. Finally, that shit was confusing. But the whole dynamic between her and Ridley kind of needs to be better sold with the trauma that comes from that dynamic between those two. So yeah, I need badass moments as well as I'm traumatized. And then I played Metroid Prime, and I'm like, you were here for all of 5 minutes. Why did they include you?
Right.
Like,
what about the girl that plays Black Widow's sister?
Hey, she would be a good one too.
She would be a good one too.
She was good in Black Widow and Thunderbolt. She could definitely hold it down.
Yeah, she would actually be good too. But I'm just thinking from that side, it would just make sense because it just Florence Pugh, that was her name. I couldn't think of her name to save my life. I'm blanking out right now. But no, I'm just saying because if a Metroid movie does ever show up, I'm just saying Nintendo, that would be a movie everybody would love to see. Don't get me wrong, Super Mario Brothers was good, although the original voice of Mario was right there. Yeah. I could argue that all day.
And the fact that they only used them for like a portion just for the ad,
that always bugged me. It's like you had the original voice of Mario right there, and you chose not to engage him. But again, I digress. But I'm just saying, Nintendo, if you ever actually do a Metroid movie, just saying there's plenty of options. But
I mean, I'll say this, not to take up too much time. As big of a Metroid fan as I am, I also understand why they're hesitant, because let's be real. Metroid game, the highest selling one only made it past 3 million copies. It's popular in the West because West loves sci-fi. For some reason, the Japanese are not the biggest fan of sci-fi and stuff like that. But I get it. So yeah, it's difficult, but come on, we've seen the Switch effect. It can work, especially if you put me in charge, Nintendo.
Right. Let me handle your storyboard and planning and how like the Feige notes of how I just look, do what you want. I just need you to connect these dots so it connects to these dots. If they want to build a Smash universe,
and they can.
This Zelda would be the ultimate story. You can start it off with Ocarina, so it's at least like kid friendly. Give it a couple years, move on to Wind Waker. That one's even more, a little bit more childish. When those kids are teenagers, up the ante and go Twilight Princess. We got royal assassinations. We got Ganon getting executed, and then the god saying, "Nah, let him live and ruin everyone's life." Then you got him getting his neck snapped at the end, and then you can have Taboo be like, "I've been watching you more than anybody, and clearly you just refuse to quit. So join the team. We're gonna go get Bowser and Eggman and the whole gang, and this shit's about to get real."
Let cosplayers handle the costume department.
That too, because that Raiden costume.
Give them a budget.
That Raiden costume from that MK trailer.
That's one of my biggest gripes when it comes to live action anything, though, is like the fact that we have cosplayers that are working magic with little to no budget, and then you have these movies that have these big budgets, and then their costumes look butt. I'm like,
or just get Michael Wilkinson, because that guy's a genius. Him and his team, they look, the Henry Cavill suit, the Batfleck suit, the Wonder Woman suit. That's the guy who's behind it. You stop hiring him and look at where we got. But anyhow,
I mean, it was all practical suits. I'll give it that.
Yeah, after like the spray painted Robin suit in what was it, Dawn of Justice, I was so ready to see what they were gonna do for a Red Hood, and then that's not happening.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I remember Jensen Ackles, he's been campaigning to either be Batman or Red Hood.
He's a wonderful Red Hood and has shown cosplay he can do it.
And he did the voice in the Red Hood
this
movie.
year's
under the Red Hood, yeah.
Dude, this year's the 15th anniversary of that movie, and that dude's performance he honestly like catapulted that whole story into like superstardom, because a lot of people just were taking chances on DC films. That shit got so popular it became the story for Arkham Knight.
You want to know who I think should have gotten a shot at voicing Jason Todd?
Who?
Will Friedle, the voice of Terry McGinnis in Batman Beyond.
He won't do it.
I know.
I'm sure he won't.
He won't do anything now that Kevin's passed.
Well, I know, but at the same time, like I could see his take, and it would be fantastic.
Is that signed?
Yeah, I met him. I met him his last year when he was doing conventions.
That is dope.
Here in town, yeah.
And then he has
What
this.
is that next, Will?
Say what?
What do we got next?
Yeah,
just 2 trailers. I know we kind of went off the tangents here, but 2 trailers for 2 fighters. Before we get to our animes, if anybody has anime reviews they want to bring up. But yes, Fatal Fury did release the Kin trailer for their next showing. So if you ever want to play Kin and Fatal Fury, See the Wolves, well,
now's your time.
Chance.
Human Suit Blaziken.
I think the audio's off.
You bet. Extra hot, just like we said. Whatever. But don't say I didn't warn you. Look, I got my own problems. No disrespect, but you don't got a chance. Too hot for you? One for the road! Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves.
I have a dumb question.
Proceed.
Is Geese Howard in this one?
Yes.
Potentially.
Okay, so that's 2 mains that I would potentially have. Okay, and then I guess
Geese is currently not playable, but he will be eventually.
Yeah,
okay,
he
cool.
will be in there eventually. But yes, this summer, which I'm assuming will either be the end of this month or next month. Joe, do we got an exact date on when Ken's available yet?
I'm fairly certain we will learn the exact date next month because next month is Evo, I believe.
Gotcha.
Damn, it
Okay,
because coming up.
I will take this one. He
Go
is
ahead.
going to be super dumb in this game because we have super move cancel or special move cancels into special moves. Ken has his full Street Fighter 6 kit, except he doesn't have his mediums.
Okay.
And that's very important for a Shota to have your crouching medium kick that leads in because that's your combo starter and your specials. So we only get our lights or heavies. But still, the fact that you can chain all the Shoto supers, Shoto specials into one singular thing, Ken's going to be terrifying.
Yep. But as you guys can see, this is going to be basically the season 1. So, of course, we did cover Eddie Bogard last month, who's available now. Ken will probably be available more than likely next month. In the fall, we're going to be looking at Joe Higashi. The next Street Fighter in winter, which will be Chun-Li, and of course, Mr. Big sometime in 2026 to wrap up the first season of City of the Wolves. So I'll throw this to y'all guys because, like I said, I'm a little bit behind the ball. I have yet to actually really get my playing time for City of the Wolves. Joe, have you played it? I know Showa Joe has played it, but Joe, Tarina, have y'all played City of the Wolves?
I have not.
Yeah, I haven't. I'm not as big of a KOF guy, but I mean, I did play Geese in Tekken 7, so that did help kind of break the ice for me. It's really ironic because Ken is the equivalent of Devil Jin for me because in Tekken, I play Mishimas. In Street Fighter, I play Shotos, but I have a very aggressive play style. So if there's any of those characters that I should play, it's probably Ken or Devil Jin, but instead I'll pick either like Ryu or Akuma or like Heihachi and Kazuya. You know, it's like, but then it's like with Kazuya, you have to actually think and he's actually honest. And so it's challenging. And I'm tired of working hard for wins. But that aside, if there was any character that I would play in Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, it would probably be Ken or Geese. So if I got those two, then I'm good.
Fair. Doreen?
I haven't played it, but I do remember using Terry a lot and the one guy with the ball and chain.
Oh, yeah, that one guy.
Oh,
that sounds so descriptive.
I can't think of his name. It's in my life right now. I know what you're talking about, but I can't think of his. I can't think of his name.
I know he's a dude that hangs out with that dude.
There was also this the mobile game that they had where they would have like it's more recent King of Fighter All Stars or something like that.
Yeah, King of Fighter 16. 16.
It was like the hand because I remember they did like a Tekken time. They did like a Tekken one, and they had like different years of all of them. Like I was playing that game a lot, and then the guy with the basketball, I can't remember his name.
Shoot, I know. I know who you're talking about. I just can't think of his name.
From King of Fighters, right?
Yeah.
It was from King of Fighters. It was a lot of characters that people didn't use a lot that I would.
What I can still at least remember the football guy's name is Brian Badler.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Safari, Joe, any other opinions on Ken being in the City of the Wolves? I keep on City of the Wolves Fatal Fury.
I mean, I appreciate how much they're going to the promo of each individual character, but other than that, I hope it's fun. I'm not the biggest KOF guy, but I might give it a swing.
I need his beard to be at least a couple shades darker. Like, I don't like the fully blonde beard. Like, I need like the dirty blonde beard.
I'm also going to pretend that dialogue we didn't hear in the beginning was Terry just going, hey, man, we're not going to pretend like I don't see you biting my style here. And Ken is like, yeah, totally. Like,
but he stepped in with them Sora boots on, though. That was crazy.
Yeah. And who had the Goku alt jacket from Budokai 1, the brown coat that he had on?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was interesting.
Well, Ken's homeless and staying away from his family right now. So
still,
yeah.
Look, he's going through a lot. Okay,
I mean, he doesn't.
She took the kids.
Thought he had a savings.
Hey, Ken still
his money's a little tied up right now.
Ken's still living like the local wino out here. Like,
I mean, Ryu won the tournament and all that. You know, I'm pretty sure he could throw him a couple dollars.
What's so funny is that in Street Fighter 6, they acknowledge like the reason that Ryu can afford his lifestyle is because Ken Masters basically gave him a phone and an infinite credit card.
Yeah.
However, he still can't buy his own clothes.
Yeah,
So
this man,
her daughter.
Yeah, this man still walks around without shoes.
I'm just saying that's a lot.
Well, I love Street Fighter 6, by the way.
It sounds like Ken's living like Spider-Man right now because you got all these people around you with money.
He's
and ain't nobody looking out for
home. The struggle is real in Ken's world. I will say that.
Man.
But we do actually have another one. We do actually have our last trailer for Street Fighter 6 showing Sagat. I'm concerned how they're doing Sagat, but then again, I guess I might be worried over nothing. But
I'm
you guys let me know.
Thoughts.
I'm gonna play it first, and then I'm gonna go from there because as a Sagat person, I'm a little concerned.
Okay.
The man who reached the pinnacle of Muay Thai and then became one of the grand masters of an international terrorist organization, the Emperor Sagat.
It will be my pleasure to test your
God.
Fight you until your final breath.
He's reminding me of somebody.
I cannot lose. Not to anyone.
Alrighty.
He's definitely giving me some Fakamram vibes.
So
I mean, yeah.
So go ahead, Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just I'm worried about the animation because yes, he's a Muay Thai fighter. Yes, grappling is a big thing, but I worry that animation is just during the grabs, whether it's a close mid or dash in. I feel like that's gonna be a little bit of a cheat because I think if I know Capcom, it's gonna get overused because it's gonna be more of a cancel. It's gonna be more of a cancel out for anybody that's gonna be basically fighting Sagat. So imagine you're trying to rush down somebody, and that animation kicks in. I guarantee it bypasses anything the other person does.
Well, it's a level 2 grab super. We know that.
Yeah.
It has 4 different variations. I am hearing things that are making people not happy about Sagat.
Right.
He may be a charged character this time around.
and he wasn't
because they did swap Bison from being a charge character to a quarter circle character.
Right.
So because of Sagat's dominance in the last 2 iterations of Street Fighter, there's rumors he may be a charge character this time around to level the playing field a little bit. I do like that he is more Muay Thai than he's ever been.
Right.
With the grabs, looks like he learned a few things from Joe Higashi about channeling some of that ki into them elbows and them knees. He looks a lot more fun than what he used to be. He's no longer just another Shoto clone.
Right.
Just with different things. Now he looks like he has a bit more of his own unique style to it.
I was gonna say his grapple definitely gives me vibes. Y'all played Mortal Kombat 10, right?
Yeah.
So you remember Jax's grapple, his grapple
chains
set, right?
Yeah.
It reminds me a lot of that because the way the setup is and the way you have different move sets with each grapple. It definitely, because there was definitely like an invincible moment when he goes in for them grabs, because like you get too close or you rushing in those grabs, it's like there's like a small window of
any throw care into the thing. Like the majority of the time you see people lose to Zangief is because they get overzealous and they aren't respecting his super meter. He's got 3 meters. You play that thing with Menon. I'm waiting to grab you. Like the moment you come with me, I am waiting to capitalize to grab you because I made Menon. So and I made Laura before that. So I know like grapple. It's the same thing. All you gotta do is a shimmy. Don't get careless, or just simply when you see the animation, just neutral jump.
Although I will sit there and say also, Sagat will be available on August 5th. So again, not too far off for all those for year 3 content. So, you could buy him or you could buy the season pass. It makes sense to go ahead and buy the season pass just because you are getting additional characters with it. But like I said, that's just like I said, Sagat outside of Akuma and Ryu, they are my favorite characters to play with. DJ is cool to play with too, because imagine beating somebody's ass to a beat and annoying the crap out of them at the same time. It's always fun. Like I said, that was my only gripe, that I just think that, that grab move that he does is going to become a big nerf eventually. But like I said, that's the only thing I got with that. But again, Street Fighter 6, great fighting game. If you have not had time to play it, I highly recommend that you do. But like I said, if you are going, it's an investment. If you're gonna, there are people that want to play it casually, cool. But if you're like me and you want to compete in fighting grounds, go ahead and get the season pass. In the end, you're basically paying the same price economically wise. But yeah, outside of that, any other thoughts on Sagat?
Yeah. I'll say for me, I definitely love Street Fighter 6. I don't play it as often as I used to when I was waiting for Tekken 8. Obviously, Tekken 8 exists now. I can play it. But still a fantastic game. I think it's top notch as far as its quality. When it comes to Sagat, he was always kind of a character that I dabbled with casually just because he was basically Shoto light. And while I think it would be weird if they changed him to a slightly charged character, it probably wouldn't turn me off completely, because when Street Fighter 5 was out, of course, my main is Ryu, but then Ryu sucked, and then I found Urien, so then I could be a cheating bastard with Urien. Just like, so when I play Street Fighter 6, I've got Ryu, he's awesome. If I want to be a cheating bastard, I've got JP. I have yet to actually buy any DLC characters, but I do have, they have this cool thing where you can get rental tickets. Where, for a certain amount of time, you can play one of the DLC characters without paying for them yet. And doing that, I love playing as Akuma in Street Fighter 6. I love playing as Bison. That was a surprise for me. He's actually really fun, and my friends hate it when I play him. But Sagat will be another one of those characters that I think I'll pick him up because, I love his fighting style. His animations look buttery smooth. His character model looks really well detailed. I just kind of hope that they've abandoned that little plot point of him having the Satsui no Hado in Street Fighter 5. But hey, maybe they'll make something out of it this time around in the World Tour mode. We'll see. But all in all, step in the right direction.
Nice. Bama, I would say if you want to play Mortal Kombat 1, it's got a good price now because, well, there's not going to be any support for it very soon.
Or you can just play a better fighting game. That'd be great. That sounds like a good idea.
If you
Street Fighter 6 is really fun.
Yeah, I was going to say Street Fighter 6 is really fun. If you want to try Mortal Kombat 1, like I said, it's at a great price. It really is because right now.
Is it free?
No, it's less than $30.
Still too much, but anyway.
Yeah, I mean, for the definitive, I think for the definitive edition, I think it's like 40 and some change, 40 plus tax. So, I mean, better than paying the 60, 70, and 80 when it first came out. So, I mean, it's
and
not
for that
bad.
season of what was that DLC that they had you pay for?
Chaos Reigns. Yeah,
that story sucked ass. But
yeah,
I'll give this advice for anybody trying to get into fighting games: train for the result that you want.
Oh, wait a minute.
What's that?
It's $16 on PlayStation right now.
Dang.
I would still argue too much. But anyway. When it comes to fighting games, it's no different than martial arts. Train for the result you want. If you want to be a martial artist and you want to fight in the ring, train for that. If you want to fight in the street, there's a way to train for that. Fighting games is the same thing. If you want to play casually and just hit buttons and have fun, there's ways to do that. Yeah, you're going to hit roadblocks, but then be like, you know what? I just don't know this thing.
Right.
Either you hit that crossroads, either you can work with it, or you just put it aside and just follow your own path and just keep on mashing those buttons. It's fine. Unless you're trying to be an Evo champion, yeah, then actually study up and try to learn how to play the game. But if you're just there to have fun, play casually, play people on your own level, and if you fight people who are above that, then don't get discouraged. You're just not on that level. If you want to get low on that level, there's definitely ways to learn. It's the age of the internet. There's resources everywhere. The games themselves have training tools. That's how it is.
I mean, that's the one thing I've always told folks. I said, look, online playing is different from the earlier days of Xbox. You do have to train, especially as you get up in ranks, because folks will. I was trying to tell a friend of mine because he got on Killer Instinct and tried to go online, and he was fresh out the gate. I was like, you might want to practice for a little while before you decide you want to get online and try to play somebody. And he got humbled with a 216 hit combo, and I'm like,
oh my gosh!
I mean, that's Killer Instinct for you. It's going to do that.
It's Killer Instinct, but the guy,
I can hear the announcer in my ear right now after that.
I mean, I'm sitting there watching it, and I'm just like, I'm not gonna lie. If I was on the other side too, yeah, I would. I mean, do you beat the opponent? Do you want to end the fight, or do you want to end your opponent? I believe in ending their will to play the game after me. That lets me know that I've done my job. But again, that's just how I play. But like you said, you cannot go on these fighting games cold. I mean, nobody can pick it up that fast.
Now, here's the other key factor. If you want to play somewhat competitively and have actual fun, support your locals, whether it be local tournaments or even just local meetups.
Yeah.
There's a complete difference between playing somebody online and you're just sitting there by yourself and you're assuming intent of the person behind the screen versus you're sitting there with somebody, most likely either you know them or you don't know them, but you got no bad blood. You're sitting there, even if they play a cheating batch like Elisa and Tekken, you're cool. You're in a good and safe environment. You're like, okay, GG's. But as soon as you take it online, you're ready to murder somebody. So there's a difference. Support your locals, people.
Although, shout out to Tech and Mr. Hamada, we still say, of course, you can't get the Waffle House stage. But as we've said on this podcast, change the color, change the wording.
Yeah,
it's the same.
Same thing. I'll take it.
It doesn't got to be yellow and black. You can call it you're right. You can call it anything.
Wait a minute. If it can't be yellow and black, can it be black and yellow?
Oh no, it's too close to home. Waffle House is still. You know what? I'll be so petty. You can call it Huddle House.
What about navy blue and orange? I'll take that.
Yeah, you can call it anything else, but just I'm like, because at first, and y'all guys probably know the story. He didn't know about the Waffle House thing. He's like, I'll look into it. Then he looks into it and says, well, I don't know. Then he says, well, they're not gonna. Well, we've been trying to call them, but they're not gonna call us back. It's like
they ain't trying to call them back.
And they ain't trying to call you back.
Look, I'll still happily take the pancake crib as the substitute. I'll be happy with that.
I mean, you can call
Pancake
it anything
Palace.
else.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that would work.
Pancake Palace is another good one. But then again, we see how Waffle House runs. Maybe they might not even have a home address. That could also be a problem. Like that line might just be disconnected. Like
I just want that special stage of when the cook just comes out behind the fryer, like you didn't pay the bill, and then gets into the fighting stance.
Have him standing like awesome. The old lady on Mortal Kombat X.
Yeah.
No, that'll be the finish screen. It'll literally be you getting knocked through the window, and the people just keep eating like nothing's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, look, Tekken 8 has added stages with like little mini cutscenes exclusive to those stages in between, or they'll have like a wall blast mechanic. If you get a wall splat and you have something unique happen, if you have a thing where you get wall splatted up against the counter of the Pancake Palace, and then the cook comes in, spatula hits you, knocks you back, you get knocked to the center of the stage, and you can keep your combo going.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
I love how Injustice did that.
I'm just saying that would just be freaking perfect. I mean, for all stages, we've seen a bunch of stages. Don't get me wrong, Tekken 8 has beautiful stages, but a Waffle House stage, you can't sit there and tell me that's not listening to your fighting community.
Hey, look, as hard as the community has been complaining all of season 2, this one might be what it takes to bring him back. Let's make it happen, Murata.
That's gonna be where all the arguments are settled. Meet me at the palace. Meet me at the palace. You talking all that?
Pull up to the palace at 7 o'clock.
That's it.
Most requested stage on Tekken.
The stream. Pull up to the palace. The stream will be live. Hands will be thrown.
That's everybody. And it was like, just think of all the lines people are gonna say after they beat somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
I just want Ace Vane to make a meme at that. Just Tekken 8 finally listens. Tekken 8 finally listens, and you just have the Waffle House stage. Just see Jin and Heihachi just looking at each other on both sides of the table.
Oh God! Oh, the trailer would go crazy. I'm ready for it.
Look,
I'm ready.
If they will let him be borrowed because they seem to have forgotten he exists. Have somebody like get thrown through the Waffle House window, and then the person who threw him, he pops in the frame. It's Ashura from Ashura's Wrath. That would be the perfect character.
Honestly, you need to have that, and then you have to have martial law because remember, he is a chef.
Yep.
Or I was going to say, if they had just other characters that aren't being played sitting around having a meal, and they jump in when you get knocked through the window.
That's actually kind of genius. I ain't gonna lie.
It could be Ashura and Akuma are the ones eating dinner. They finally stopped fighting after like 5 centuries and went to go grab the meal. And then they're the ones who attack you when you get thrown through the stage.
They'll put they'll put Lily and Asuka there bickering and fighting in the background. Right. You already know.
Health hazard. They got Kuma and Panda working the kitchen.
Man, you know what? Panda and Kuma as Lord. Mr.
Which character is throwing the chair? Oh no, it's Brian Fury. Brian Fury is throwing the chair.
Yeah. That makes more sense. But Mr. Hamada, we're just saying the stage writes itself. Just change up the color. That's all we're saying.
I hope he's watching. I hope he's watching this right now.
They say they do listen. They're taking feedback.
Every time you get thrown in, there's a different character on shift, and they throw different food based on what they cook. So if you get knocked in there and it's Eddie, you getting hit with a skillet full of grits.
Oh,
damn, that is hilarious. You already know Kuma coming with the big fish.
Exactly.
Kuma slapping you with a fish and then putting said fish on the grill. But that's just messed up. Anyway, as we get near the end of this, guys, anime. I know we usually on this show we do anime reviews, things that we're watching, things that people want to know about. Fellas, do you guys have any animes that you guys or mangas? Let me not just limit them to animes. Do you have any animes or mangas that you would love to throw out there that you're watching or reading or want folks to know about that may not know about these?
I know what's on my list is Lazarus. Like I said, I'm so friggin' busy. It's tough for me to make the time to watch something new, but I did watch, and I think you covered it on a previous episode, the K-pop Demon Hunters. Well, not really an anime per se, but it's within the culture. You know, it's a good time. It appeals less to me just because I'm not really a big K-pop guy and I'm not really into romance stories and stuff like that. Putting that personal thing aside, the movie's still flawless, in my opinion. 10 out of 10. So it's worth a watch.
Okay. Tareen, do you have anything?
I mean, I'd hope I'd hope people are watching, but
oh gosh, here we go.
I hope people are watching One Piece right now. You know
what? I made a you know what? I'm glad you mentioned One Piece because I saw it today, and again, I was looking on Joe's Instagram and I kind of took this as a Michael Jordan moment. I took it personal because one of your anime hot takes was that I cannot remember her name, but she sat there and said, "Here's my hot take. One Piece isn't too long. You're just too weak to watch. You're just too weak to continue." And I was like,
I clapped. I stood up and clapped.
I was like, how? I was like, you? And I said, wait a minute, because one of our other podcast brethren, Hellspawn Cosplay, he did that. I think in 3 months, I think he went from beginning to current, was able to catch up with One Piece. Now, as for me, sadly enough, I'm doing the same thing. I'm catching One Piece. Like, I just, decided, like, you know what? It can be done. Because I almost want to get offended about what she said, but I'm like, she's got a point. You really could. I mean, if you think about it, yes, it's over 1,000 episodes, but if you look at an 8-hour day, on a given day, you can watch anywhere from 20 to 30 episodes per day, which math-wise, you could catch up in 2 or 3 months. So that's what I'm kind of doing on my end. That's like I'm catching up on One Piece. If my son isn't watching my Crunchyroll and messing up my time skips, so I gotta write down the episodes.
That's why I don't share passwords.
No, my problem is I'll tell people, hey, there are whole movies you can watch that skip entire arcs, and you're like, no, I want the experience. Well, then you're doing it to yourself. Don't complain that you chose 300 versus an hour and 30 minutes. Because I was not doing when I got back in it, I wasn't doing Scott Pia twice. Like that's where Toonami fell off and then stopped showing it, and then they were dubbing it to put it, I think, on the Funimation website. So technically, the show was just homeless for 600 episodes. So the One Piece journey itself, especially as a dub person, has been its own journey because you had the 4Kids dub, then the Funimation dub, and then nowhere, but it was still getting dubbed. And then then COVID locked everyone in the house, and they managed to catch up.
But here's the thing, though. They just recently, remember, they had that hiatus. They had like a 6 or 8 month hiatus.
That helped.
That was more than enough time, and people were still complaining about it. Like I know somebody caught up in like 3 months, but you had a whole 8 months to catch up on it. And
COVID helped.
I'm a One Piece crackhead. Like
I know. Believe me, I know.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad.
I've told you many times I will specifically not watch One Piece because of you making that push. Well, I live with the story.
It's because come on now, it's a lifestyle. You see.
I ain't with the lifestyle.
I see Chopper's a lifestyle.
I see Chopper's a lifestyle. Somebody's a Chopper fan.
I got other One Piece stuff. But my thing is, it's just that people complain about the number of episodes, but if you get past the complaint of, I guess you could say, pacing and the number of episodes, One Piece has everything that you would look for in other animes. It has emotional value, the backstories, the characters. Oda, I always tell people, Oda is the one person that literally makes you care about every character, no matter how significant they are or how minute their engagement is, but they always it's always full circle moments. Even if you think the person is just a one-off, they always play a part.
Because the manga. Are you reading the manga right now?
I'm behind on the manga, but I know where I know where I'm at.
Okay,
I know where I'm at, but
they gave us a quick peek at something with Brooke, and I'm like, we're not gonna touch that shit for 50 more chapters. I already know it. Like they gave us a quick little flashback to potentially his personal life, and then they're just never touching that again. I'm like, so that's just, I get it. We're doing the giant stuff. I tried to give y'all like one piece incentive in the hot takes that didn't make the final cut, but it was kind of spoiler territory, so I understand.
But I can respect the One Piece ride though. I can. I just, like I said, it's one of those things to where we can keep up with. But outside of One Piece, sir, do you have anything else that?
So people will laugh. And listen, I was skeptical at first.
The other one,
the time I was reincarnated as a vending machine.
Okay, I thought it was the slime, but never.
That's real. That's a real title. I thought people were making
real. It's a real. They're on season 2 right now. Listen, I went into it when I heard about it. I remember I heard about it months before it came out. And I was like, that is the dumbest thing that I've ever heard of. I was like, let me watch it so I can make fun of it later. I'm like, oh, okay. It's not that bad. And then here we are on season 2. So, like, I mean,
it survives really on its supporting cast.
Yeah. And like it's not that bad of a show. Like I've seen a lot of isekais. And like this one, it'll keep your attention. It had you wondering what's going to happen next. I mean, I'm not going to say it's like top tier, but it's still entertaining.
No, it's fair. There's no, we don't judge here. We don't judge. We promise. We don't judge on anime.
We judge harshly.
I will, but I don't work here, so you know.
It's just the longer titles, and it's just like it doesn't need to be. So there's going to be one that's literally going to be a whole paragraph. I'm calling it now.
I saw there is one. There is an anime out there that has like it's got like 4 or 5 lines, maybe 6 lines of name in it. I'm like, man, I feel like they do it on purpose though, because there's no way that they're just sitting there like, man, we're running out of titles. We know to make them longer.
Mm-hmm. No,
they need to know what the show's about.
I mean,
I'll say that.
Here's a free one. I'm trying to ruin the country, but my president's a homunculus. There you go. Like imagine, like it's a guy. He just makes the world better, and they assassinate him every day, but he just keeps clocking back into work, and they don't know what's going wrong.
It's like, man, we got somebody better than the last president. He shows up as a different.
Shows right back up like nothing happened.
Basically, he's like Kenny. He just keeps dying and just clocks into work, and everyone's like,
coming back.
Nice.
That is hilarious.
Now, Tori, I'll say this. I know you're a One Piece fan, and I know you are a part of the lifestyle. But I did just finish a playthrough of Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii.
Nice.
I think I pretty much got everything that you've been talking about, and it didn't take 1,000 episodes, bro. I'm just saying.
It's more than
there's literally a collection of treasures you can get in the game, and I kid you not, the last one is literally called The Friends We Made Along the Way.
Oh,
good.
That's not Oda said that's not going to be the end of One Piece. I'm gonna let you know that right now. He said that is not the One Piece.
Tafari, Showa Guy Joe, any anime updates this week?
I was skeptical, but I was bullied. I'm officially in the 2nd season of Apothecary Diaries. I'm finding myself very, very intertwined. Also, my whole Sukuna was right hot take is coming true very soon. If anybody's watching Dr. Stone, I can't wait to yell at the world about that. I've been waiting 4.5 years. I've been waiting 4 years to explain to people why his points were somewhat valid. His methods were off, but he was right. Because now, have you met the wait? What season are you on?
Just not caught up to current.
You've met the Americans then.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I say.
Oh, dang on Americans!
For every scientific breakthrough that we made in Japan, America was like, we need a new gun, Glock, and switch. Let's go.
Pretty much. That's why I was like,
that was their number one priority.
And that was his number one fear. If we bring back enough people who remember it, they're going to create weapons and we're going to have problems. Sure enough, meet the Westerners. Bang, bang, Niner Gang. We're just shooting up everything. Gators, gone. Birds, say less. Chick. New people we don't know, don't even ask questions. Don't ask how they made a boat and sail from what country. Just shoot everything.
I mean,
which is wild because he is just as smart as Senku, if not smarter. And it's like, well, fuck that. Put a bullet in everybody. We'll figure it out later.
Very much. Joe, anything from your end?
Yeah, still watching the ones I'm watching. So, Rain with you in the Rain, still going. Still on my kind of slice of life kick because I can't do shonen power battle animes constantly, and there's just no mech anime out for me right now. So with You in the Rain, we had the 2nd episode pop up. This is where the main antagonist Rin and her dog / Tanuki Yu meet Rin's dad in the park, and acts like every adult where they know that they're never going to have kids through this child. So this pet is their next best thing is to a grandkid. Mm-hmm. So fun stuff there. Ruri Rocks, again, really, really interesting slice of life anime that teaches you about mineralogy and geology.
Nice.
This time we looked at how gold is often found in riverbeds and whatnot and other things. So that was really nice. Stumbled upon a new fantasy anime. Let me see what it's called. Something Silent Witch.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Hopefully not Burn the Witch.
No, that was actually a good one, though.
Is that like Death of the Silent Witch or something like that?
I think so. Secrets of the Silent Witch,
Oh.
which I just called Bochi the Witch, because it's just Bochi the Rock. It's just a girl with high anxiety, but she's like super high social anxiety, where she just like freaks out, faints, or just her soul leaves her body. But she's super into math and uses her math to make like world level spells.
Mm-hmm.
But she can't really face anybody, so no one really knows that she's like this like killer of dragons.
Okay.
By making what she do? She casts a spell on a cliffside so no one can see her do it because of her anxiety, but brings down a gate of heaven that launches light lasers and just like kills every dragon in the area with like pinpoint headshots.
Mm-hmm.
And then just goes back to her hut, to where no one will bother her.
So she
and
just,
of course, now she has to do a social thing. So she's now in a academy to secretly guard a prince. But like again, Bochi the Rock. So intense flailing, screaming, and passing out ensues.
Intense destruction, and then goes home. Sounds like a bad night at Taco Bell.
Or White Castles.
I like White.
Oh, I can't join you there. Nope. Can't do it.
And Harold and Kumar just got back together.
Right.
They did. I saw that.
Just right.
Everything needs
my anime recommendations this week. Again, I'm just enjoying the small slice of life stuff I can find. The other one that was kind of neat just hasn't put out a new episode yet. So just waiting on that one where it's like the dude, every time the dude dies, he comes back in the time skip.
Tokyo Revengers?
No. I want to watch good things.
Hey. It's a good anime.
No, it's really not. And if you want a good anime like that, go watch Windbreakers.
Windbreakers is good too, but Tokyo Revengers
they just canceled
really
the manhwa for that.
It was the webtoon version of it, right?
Webtoon,
webtoon version, right?
Yeah, caught like tracing, I guess, which is a big,
big no.
Yeah, I didn't know much about Tokyo Revengers, like, and I didn't know AJ Beckles was like one of the main characters because we interviewed him at MomoCon. He walks up to me like excited, like, yeah, you see Tokyo Revengers, right? And they got the camera on ready to take a picture. So we both staring there like, I'm like, it's in my back catalog. He's like, come on, man. I'm like, why are you filming this? Stop.
Damn. Well,
it's a bad time travel anime. It's a really bad time travel anime. It's not.
Agree to disagree. Well, my anime reviews, again, Netflix's Sakamoto Days started back up. Second episode is up right now. So again, fun to watch. Kaiju number 8 started their season 2. So their episode is out on Crunchyroll right now. Also on Crunchyroll, I brought this up last week because the name I need to learn how to pronounce, Gaichi Yakuda. Which is basically from the guy who actually did Full Blooded Alchemist. They actually want to do anime. That has second episode out right now. Would highly recommend that. And The Rising of the Shield Hero, because entering their final season 4, that's also available on Crunchyroll right now. But again, recommend those just because they are definitely good in my opinion. But hey, for animes that we didn't mention here or that you think that people should know about, let us know in the comments, and then we'll pretty much go from there. Outside of that, that's really it, Joe, unless we're doing comics today. Are we still doing it?
Not this late.
Okay, fair enough. We did run quite long.
Is Kaiju number 8 on a new season, or is it just that OVA? Is it the OVA they tried to punk everyone into paying $20 at a movie theater for? Like,
nope, they had their catch up episode. This first episode is the beginning of the new season.
Okay, because I'm like, I don't know how people keep falling for it. I know Demon Slayer was the first to pull it off, and now they keep trying to make that shit normal. Like, hey, come watch the last 3 episodes on the big screen plus 30 minutes of like the next season.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
I don't know how people keep getting pump faked into it. Please let that trend die when Demon Slayer pulls off this movie that's going to clearly end up being.
What's his name did that too? Konosuba did that as well.
Yep, that was another one.
Them, Dragon Ball Daima, Attack on Titan apparently came back and told nobody.
Attack on Titan just didn't want to end properly. It's like, we're gonna go with this ending. Nah.
Well,
we're doing this ending.
Well, they took the 2 movies and put them in the one, and they called it The Final Attack. And like, I went to the movies for something else. I'm like, when did this even come? Y'all didn't even tell anybody.
It really was a mess. But we do gotta, as we do gotta end this ride. Although it's been a fun ride, I have thoroughly enjoyed this. Really enjoyed having you guys. Really enjoyed having you guys on. But as we wrap this up, we do shameless promotion and plugging. So of course, you being our guests, you guys go first. So, Mr. Godhand, we'd like to let people know what you're up to and where they can find you, sir.
Absolutely. So, like I said, we are part of Trapped in Anime, so you can look us up, Trapped in Anime or Trapped in Anime TV on your respective social medias, such as Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch for our live streams on Thursdays. Or if you want to get in touch with me personally, eventually I'll start using my socials for something. Check me out, Joe Godhand. If you want to hit me up for Tekken matches, search me up on Tekken 8, same name, Discord, Instagram. I still ain't seen people pull up for the sets yet. What's up with that? But thank you for watching. Now I will turn it to the homie, Tori.
Me? I'm going to be honest with you. Once I get my game up in Tekken 8, I will come looking for you. But yes, Mr. Shingmaster, we'd like people to know where they can find you, sir.
I mean, I got to second everything Joe said, about the, Trapped in Anime. You can catch us on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Twitch as well. We stream on Thursdays. I also stream on my personal. You catch me at Shingmaster on most of my socials. On Twitch or either Instagram. I'm just here for a good time, So yeah, that's about it.
Fair enough. I still love the Shingmaster just because now I can't get the Halo. Halo sword sound out of my head.
Once he said it out loud, I was like, oh, I know where it comes from.
I mean, because like soon as you come out, shing, and like, nobody could stop me. So I had to put the master at the end, not the ER. No hard R's on shing.
I'm not, ever since you told me that, that's just been stuck in my head now. But the man, the myth, the legend, the hardest working man on any side of a podcast. Tafari, you want people to know where they can find you, sir, and what you're up to?
I may or may not be joining the team over at New Blurred Order in the morning. They've been calling up on me for the last few weeks, so I finally picked up the phone. Main YouTube, name is the same on all platforms, so you can find me there. Having a lot of fun doing the walk and talk streams. For those who don't know, I play retro games while on a treadmill. It's actually not as hard as it sounds. Currently running through the Smash Bros. Brawl story along with Twilight Princess. I want to say we're at like the halfway mark now. A good old nostalgic fun time while trying to keep myself in line and get my shit together health-wise. Skit is out for the Superman video. Skit is out for Iron Man or Iron Heart. Drafting a few other ideas. They are pending, but stuff is in the works. Stuff is coming out. Stay tuned.
All right. Show Guy Joe. Hey, I got it right at the end of the show. Sir, you want the people know what you're up to because you yourself are a busy man as well.
Yep. If I'm not doing this, I'm in the gym for an hour or cooking. You can see some of that stuff on my Instagram. Joe Italian last name, which is also my Twitch, which eventually I will use again. I've just been wearing myself out to the point where I just don't even want to stream anything. I just want to nap. But if I'm not doing that, Tafar and I are teaming up and watching Ultraman Omega, the newest Ultraman this year. We're watching the episode, riffing and reviewing the whole thing. 2 episodes in so far, we like it. Seems to be fun. I'm digging it. Another unique entry for this series, especially this series. It's very unique. Other than that, hanging out with API Middle Tennessee, Asian Pacific Islander Group nonprofit I'm a part of. The capacity of I show up to things. Thursday, I did my first cold plunge and hot sauna.
Nice.
I was in the community cold bath, which was like 48 degrees for like 10 minutes. And then went immediately into the sauna because I couldn't feel my legs anymore.
Damn.
Oh, yeah.
It was nice. We probably stayed in there too long. Like 10 minutes.
After you lost feeling your legs.
Talking to each other. But like 10 minutes may be excessive in that kind of coldness.
A little bit.
I don't know how Undertaker does it, but then I forget he's a dead man, so that doesn't bother him any. No, that's it. I'm just everywhere and cooking and working out and doing stuff. Down 17 pounds.
All right.
Nice.
I respect
it. Shooting for 190, so I'm 223 right now, so I don't got too much more.
All right, man. Hey, I'm always a big person in fitness, so hey, if you can achieve that goal, I'm just happy that everybody's active because trust me, we're all getting older, so health is wealth. Because nobody wants to be that guy on that Walmart cart where it falls over and then you're gonna be looking at a bleached whale. But anyway, I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't mean step on your outro. Just everything.
What is it, Tori?
No, I say if you see me in one of them carts, I need an intervention.
I'm just saying, my wife watches 1,000-Pound Sisters, and I'm just like, how do these women have boyfriends? But either, you know what? Let me stop myself.
Hey,
look, subject for another podcast.
That's for another podcast.
If that card doesn't decline,
I'm just saying, tax season. Anyway, before I get to me, shout out to Rick's Comic City. Why? Nashville #1 place to go to for comic books, mangas, Funko Pops, you name it, they have it. 2 locations, Nashville, Tennessee, and Clarksville, Tennessee. Me and Joe find ourselves in the Nashville, Tennessee area a lot. Again, Nashville's #1 go-to place for comic books now 7 years running. You basically see our show playing on their television, so they show us love, so we want to show love back. So definitely, if you are in the Middle Tennessee area, definitely check them out. If you are not in the Middle Tennessee area, guys, please support your local comic book stores, support your local libraries, support your indie artists, support your local bookstores, shop local. It is nice that you can go to Amazon, Comixology, and all these other places, but places like these are becoming lost and pretty much relics of the past. So again, they need our support, they need your patronage, and trust me, you're never going to have a better time in a comic book store than actually having fun with people who actually love, support, and actually will point you the direction of good stuff. So definitely check that out. Also, shout out to APR TV. Why? Because you can basically see our show, The Give It Podcast, on APR TV, whether it's on the Roku channel or Amazon Fire TV app. Definitely download that. It can be played against it can be played on all smart devices. And also other shows on there can be seen as well, similar to Blurred's Eye View. Also can be seen on APR TV, but then again, check them out. Blurred Station. You guys have heard us talk about Blurred Station for almost 2 years now. It is going to be the table that has our viewership, our content, and most importantly, needs our dollars. It is $10.99 a month to stream Blurred Station. Blurred Station can be streamed on all smart devices. Again, you want to hop on this train before it takes off because trust me, Tubi's great, Netflix is great, but it's finally able to have a streaming service that call our own, and Blurred Station is definitely it. So definitely check it out at blurredstation.com. As for yours truly, please follow the Get Bit Podcast on all socials, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. We're everywhere. Much like Sesame Street and Elmo, who's having a bad day. We cannot do this without you. So definitely your support, like, share, and subscribe would mostly be appreciated. Also myself, Black_Spartan 615 on the socials. You can like and follow me there. Just don't make it weird. I don't have to start blocking everybody. I do stream games as well. I'm actually in the process of probably playing The Division again because, again, that's one of my favorite games before Ubisoft lost their doggone mind. So I'll probably be streaming that under my handle on Black Spartan on Twitch and on YouTube. Definitely check that out. Also, shout out to Kira at Roomful of Blurs. Definitely check her out as she is currently streaming Expedition 33. Check out Lainey at Geek by Heart as she is currently streaming Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. And also check out the rest of our podcast partners, Blurred's Eye View, Mayhem Media, Blurredicon Speaks, and also other ones. I know I'm forgetting a lot of people, but again, go to the Blurred's Eye View YouTube page. All the links are there to where you can find all of our pages there. And again, guys, as we usually do sign off here, I know Tafara TV has a bunch of, because the con season is still going on, Tafara TV usually has cons on how to prepare for a con, what to do for a con, and what to do post-con. I have 3 simple rules. Rule number 1, respect the cosplayer at all times. Cosplay is not consent. Please treat people like human beings. It takes a lot of courage to either make something or purchase something to put on and to be able to enjoy yourself in the midst of strangers. Nobody needs to be geeked at. Nobody deserves to be perved at. Nobody needs to get diddled. Pause. The thing about it is, again, please treat people like human beings, especially out there. Be nice, be kind. At the same time, if they say no to a picture, then just move on. They are not your playthings. Otherwise, they get a guy like me that likes to toss people out, and I'm getting pretty good at that. I'm just saying. Number 2, wash your ass. Cleanliness is I cannot stress this enough. It is not cute to have deodorant, soap, and these things at a con. Yes, these cons can be massive, and there can be no room. They could be as wide as a football field. The thing about it is, guys, with apparently a lot of diseases and whatnot going around, it's not that doggone hard to clean clothes, to basically have unclean clothes, to wash your ass, put on deodorant, maybe not go heavy on cologne or perfume because, again, it's a con. We don't want to smell you coming. At the same time, you don't want somebody's eyes watering up because you and Axe body spray had a marriage. Again, wash your ass, go easy on the other shit. And finally, the third rule that I have for myself, that I have for everybody else, guys, in a world that is cold, that is cruel, it is unkind. Be nice, be kind, talk, share, and discuss your fandoms. You can debate, you can argue, but discuss your fandoms in a positive manner. Stop toxicity because, again, you want to bring people in the things that you like, not gatekeep or put them away. Don't be a dick, and we'll all be cool.
Just
also,
have fun.
Yeah, pretty much. It's not that hard. Also, guys, it's the weekend. I know some of y'all want to go out, have a drink, maybe enjoy a plant. I don't judge. Maybe you want to, experiment with certain psychedelics. That's on you. We don't encourage that. The thing I'm getting at is, guys, it's the weekend. Make smart decisions. Nobody wants to be in court or in jail until Monday where you can see a judge. So please, guys, be smart, be safe when you're out there. At the same time, we do this show as a distraction from the world. We know there's a lot of crap going on in the world right now, but for hopefully these, 4 hours, these 4 hours we've been on, hopefully we distracted you enough. So again, guys, protect your peace. Don't doom scroll. Check on your people. Go outside. Go enjoy nature. Again, find your strength and protect your peace. Don't doom scroll. It's not that bad. Outside of that, again, we do want to thank Trapped in Anime TV crew. We want to thank Tareen. We want to thank Joe for being a part of this. You guys have an open invitation to come back anytime. I know there was a lot of subjects that we would love to cover, especially in the realm of DC and everything else.
It'd be my pleasure.
Yeah, but like we say, guys, you guys have an open invitation to come back anytime. What are you gonna say, Short Guy Joe?
I forgot. I have one more thing to plug. I forgot about that entirely.
Go for it.
Yep.
If you are in the Bellevue area, please come to Middle Tennessee Gaming. You will find me there Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night. I help out there. I will be happy to teach you many of the card games I play. I play Digimon. I play Cardfight Vanguard. I have one Magic Commander deck at the moment that's actually worth a crap. But support your local game and hobby store. Jeff does a wonderful job building a great community. We deal in Pokemon. We deal in Magic, Digimon, Warhammer, all sorts of stuff, all sorts of community thing. I think we've coined the Iron Commander format.
Okay.
Where you just go, you get 3 hours, you get to go through the bulk and build a commander deck, and then play that deck tournament style.
Nice.
So yeah, okay. So Middle Tennessee Gaming over in Bellevue is where I'm at, and where you can go for just good, fun local community stuff. We're sandwiched in between between a lot of good restaurants. So we have Sir Pizza, Cletus Smash Burger, and a pretty decent Chinese buffet that I can actually trust.
I always love the fact that Chinese buffets never have commercials. But again, I don't want to start another rant. I'll be all day.
Never have what?
Chinese
if you're hungry for it, you know where to find
Chinese
it.
restaurants.
That right there.
Chinese restaurants never have commercials at all. I have yet to see one. And there are good ones out there, but again, gotta avoid that rabbit hole because now I want to go look for some mood. Anyway, that being said, again, we want to thank Joe and thank Tarina for Trap the Anime Guys for being on here. Again, thank you for all rocking with us. Yes, we did run a little bit longer than usual, but hey, this is what happens. We got good conversation. I'm all here for it. And again, thank you for all who liked, who shared. We appreciate it. Fellas, before we call it a night, any last words?
Hey, thanks for having us on. It was a great time. Love to do it again. For all you wonderful viewers here, be sure to share this stream. Share the VOD, share it with your friends, spread the conversation, and like you said, be kind, have fun with your fandoms. We get enough crap in the real life. Just you ain't got to bring it here.
And don't be a dick. It's not that hard. With that being said, guys, I've been Spartan.
You got something, Tori? Before we get out
I'm sorry, Tori. Do you have anything?
I was just going to say, enjoy your weekend, be safe and responsible. Take care of everybody. Show love.
Mm-hmm. Wash your ass.
Wash your ass.
Did you wash your ass today? Make sure everybody's taking care of everybody. It's too much hate in the world for it to not spread some love. So, be safe. Be careful. Share love.
If you want to be upset that bad, go watch
an anime hot take.
Yeah, I know.
I'll say if you want to be upset, go watch my hot take again. Get it up to 1 million. I can hurt you. Get it up to 1 million.
I have a basic ass hot take. Why is the spirit bomb Goku's weakest attack?
I've got an even hotter one. Why did they blow up the moon twice? Did it once in Dragon Ball and again in Dragon Ball Z?
It's like they had something against the moon, but I'm gonna leave it at that. I've been Spartan. He's been Joe. He's been Joe Godhand. He's been Tafari. He's been Tareen. He's been Show Guy Joe. That is the first time I've said Joe's name twice in an outro. This has been the Get It Podcast, guys. Thank you all for watching. Please take care of yourselves and each other. I promise it's not that bad. We'll get through this. Have a good night.